This is Class 1 DAC, Exhibitor number 1, Kelsey Long from the Woodlands FFA. Exhibitor number 2 is Chase Hoke from Champion 4-H.
They're all saying.
Well, I'd first like to start out by welcoming you all to the Montgomery County Fair again this year. Certainly glad to be back and have a chance to come and work with your kids and sort your livestock We got a class of two here to start out the day, and I do think it's challenging because I could truly justify using either two of these animals because they both have their strengths, they both have their weaknesses. Just depends on where you want to land and what you want to do. The animal that starts for me is a young man's right down here, and this animal's just got more elevation at the point of his shoulder. He's got more size and frame to him. He's an animal with still plenty of muscle. I like to turn to his body just a little bit more. I think he's a little bit more coordinated off his rear too, but still an animal with some power, some boldness. I'd like to pretty him up front, maybe stretch him out of his rump just a touch, but a nice kind of an animal to win this class. Young Ladies Barrow here in second is one that is stouter in terms of his bone work. He's an animal that opens up just a little bit better in his chest. He's still an animal with some muscle. He's not as coordinated out of his hip and hind leg. He's not as elevated at the point of his shoulder. He's not as set back in his blade as what he needs to be. I'd like to make him just bigger in its kind, but still a muscular kind of an animal that's presented well out here to land in second.
Results, Class 1 Duroc. First place goes to Chase Hope, champion 4H. Second goes to Exhibitor Kelsey Wong, Exhibitor number 1, the Woodlands FFA. Exhibitors, remember, if you win your class, you got to stop by the drug testing. This will be Class 2 Duroc, Exhibitor number 3 through 8. Exhibitor number 3 is Wyatt Hyman, Willis FFA. Exhibitor 4, Isabel Harshaw, Magnolia West FFA. Exhibitor number 5, Trey Pittman, champion 4H. Exhibitor 6, Lucas Berrigan, College Park Junior FFA. Exhibitor 7, Chloe Evans, Magnolia West FFA. Exhibitor 8, Jenna Herzinger, Magnolia FFA. We're still looking for exhibitor number 6, Lucas Berrigan, College Park Junior FFA. You need it into the holding area. Your class is coming in the arena now. Class 2 is in the arena. I need Class 3 to move to the holding area. Class 3, exhibitor number 9 through 15, move to the holding area.
We get in the second class, red ones here, and the young lady's Barrow right here in front of me was no doubter, in my opinion, was always going to win this particular class just for his stoutness and his power. He's an animal that opens up well in his chest. He's the biggest in his rib, and yet he's still an animal with a big foot and a lot of bone. You know, he's maybe not the most agile out of his shoulder, and I'm sure his attitude doesn't help that. I'd like to make him just a touch bigger in his kind and knock his crest down just a little bit, but still an animal within this particular class that wins for me. Young lady's Barrow here in second is one that is put together very well. I like the flexibility that he has out of his hip and hind leg. He's an animal that still leaves you with some muscle and some power as he turns and goes. An animal that's more elevated at the point of his shoulder. He's not as bold or as burly in terms of his foot and his bone or his rib cage today. Maybe not quite the fit job that what my class winner has as well, but a nice animal to land in second. The hog that comes next in three is an animal with an extreme amount of shape in his back line. I like his hip and his hind leg and his power as he turns and goes. As he drives right at me, he wants to close up in his chest and his knee just a touch. I'd like to elevate him at the point of his shoulder. He needs a little bit more fill there in the center part of his body, and I'd like to make him more coordinated out on the move. Young man's Barrow comes next in four, and another hog that is built right in terms of his design. I like his ability to get out and travel. He's an animal that just needs a lot more power as he drives right at me. He wants to close up in his knee, get a little bit more fragile in terms of his skull and his bone work. Needs more rib and dimension to compete within this class. Young man's Barrow comes next in five, and 5 and 6 are very similar in terms of their type and kind. Animals that can get out and go, have a good look from the side. Just need a whole lot more muscle and power and rib and within these particular barrows to get them up any higher. Thought the animal in 6 maybe had just a shot more muscle than the animal there in 5. At the same time, he wasn't quite as coordinated out of his rear too. Just needs more flesh and belly to compete within this particular class.
Results of Class 2. First place goes exhibitor number 8, Jenna Herzinger, Magnolia FFA. Second goes exhibitor number 4, Isabel Harshaw, Magnolia West FFA. Third goes exhibitor 7, Chloe Evans, Magnolia West FFA. Fourth was exhibitor number 6, Lucas Berrigan, College Park Junior FFA. Fifth was exhibitor number 3, Wyatt Hyman, Willis FFA. And sixth was exhibitor number 5, Trey Pittman, champion 4-H. This is Class 3 Duroc, exhibitor number 9 through 15. Exhibitor number 9 is Dylan Hartley, trails in 4-H. Exhibitor number 10, Tice Imhoff, champion 4-H. Exhibitor 11, Adeline Overall, Splendora Junior FFA. Exhibitor 12, Brooke Pickens, New Caney FFA. Exhibitor 13, Liliana Martinez, Willis FFA. Exhibitor 14, Sophia Hernandez, Montgomery Junior FFA. Exhibitor 15 is Landon Martinez, Willis 4-H.
well, much tougher and deeper class here to work with, and yet there's still a very logical class order, in my opinion, and that's the young lady's Barrow right here in front of me. I think as you get on top of this animal and get in behind him, he has a definite advantage in terms of just shape and muscularity and power. Still an animal with a neat kind of look from the profile, and athletic in terms of his movement. He's maybe not quite as bold as some of them out here, but he is fresher and more athletic, and that's why he's going to win today. Young man's Barrow here in second's got a neat kind of look from the profile. I really like his extra extension up front. I like his balance from the side. I like his bone work. You get him behind that particular hog, and he just disappoints you in terms of his muscle and his width from stifle to stifle. We could have just powered him up in that regard. We maybe could have pushed our class winner just a little bit harder, but a neat kind of looking animal from the side. Young lady's Barrow comes next in 3, in a big chest, a good kind of a build and design within this particular barrow. Love his rib cage. I like his look from the side. You know, he's maybe a little over conditioned for this particular judge. I'd like to take some of that fat off him, give him just a sharper edge to his back line and just a little bit more shape. Maybe take a little belly out of him, just to allow him to the proportion and balance just a little bit better, but still a very good animal in terms of skeleton, a very good animal in terms of basic width, and that's why he works his way into 3. I spent a lot of time between 3 and 4, and even those top 4, because I know how important that decision might end up being. I like this young man's Barrow for his basic utility and function. His ability to get out and travel is very, very good. He's wide in his chest. He's still square as he turns and leaves you. He's the most general in terms of his neck and his look up front. He's most general in terms of his bone work. He needs more shape in his back line, but still a very functional kind of animal to land in 4. Young lady's Barrow comes from 5, and I love the extreme shape this particular Barrow has. He's got a really stout head and jawline laid in him. It's still a good look from the side. He's still square as you get right in behind him up front. He's too straight about his blade and his shoulder. We got to relax him and his front knee, and I think if we do those things, he maybe pushes very hard within this particular class because I love his extra muscle. I love his extra power. Just got to fix him from a structure standpoint. Young lady's Barrow that comes next, another one that's extremely heavy bone and got a big back laid in him. I like his rib cage. He just got to go better out of his shoulder. He's got to open up better in his chest. We'd like to clean him up out his neck. He just needs to be more mobile in order to compete within this setting. Young man's Barrow that rounds out the class. Another Barrow that's got plenty of product, a good kind of a look, a good kind of a hind leg. As he drives right at me is where he gets automatically beat within this class. He's just too closed up in his knee and his chest. If we could open him up in that regard, he maybe pushes a lot higher within this class. He's just not good enough in that area, and that's why he's going to land in 7th today. But the young man did a very good job driving this particular barrow and presenting this barrow within this class.
Results of Class 3 Duroc. First place goes to exhibitor number 13, Liliana Martinez, Willis FFA. Second goes to Tyson M. Hall, champion 4-H. Third goes to exhibitor 12, Brooke Pickens, New Caney FFA. Fourth, exhibitor 15, Landon Martinez, Willis 4-H. Fifth, exhibitor 11, Adeline Overall, Spindora Jr. FFA. Sixth, exhibitor 14, Sophia Hernandez, Montgomery Jr. FFA. The seventh will be exhibitor number 9, Dylan Hartley, Trails End 4-H. We're now going to go for the champion, Duroc. And in the arena, I have exhibitor number 2, Chase Hoke. Exhibitor number 8, Jenna Herzinger. And exhibitor 13, Liliana Martinez.
Let's put our hands together for all your Duroc exhibitors here today. I think as we drop them back out and just analyze them for what they are, there's a Barrow out here that walks away with it, in my opinion. I think he's the soundest. I think he's the freshest, and yet he still rivals the rest in terms of width and power. An animal that came out of a very good class. Let me congratulate the young lady with the heavyweight. He's going to be your champion. Congratulations.
Breed champ goes to exhibitor 13, Liliana
Martinez, Willis, FFA. I need Exhibitor 10, Tice Imhoff, into the arena.
We're dropping that second place Barrow, and he immediately falls into contention here. I like his natural balance. I like his flexibility. And I think as you get in behind him and compare him to the other animal out here, and we talked to him in class, that's where he needs to be better. But as you compare him to the other animals, he's still good enough in that regard. He's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Your reserve breed champ goes to Exhibitor 10, Tice Imhoff, champion 4-H. I need Exhibitor number 12, Brooke Pickens, back into the arena. Exhibitor 12, Brooke Pickens, back into the arena. The Duroc breed has 3 pigs going back into the sale, and we'll also pick 3 alternates.
We're dropping that third place animal in here for that third spot within the sale order, and that animal obviously fits right in it as well. And we talked that one in class of having a good skeleton and a big chest, a good rib cage, and an animal that just proportions so well. I think it becomes a little bit closer because we start getting comparable just in terms of muscularities. But I'm always going to side with build and balance. Young lady's third place Barrow is going to be third in line. Congratulations.
The third goes to Exhibitor number 12, Brooke Pickens, New Caney, FFA. I need Exhibitor 15, Landon Martinez, into the arena. Landon Martinez, Exhibitor 15. This went first alternate in the breed. I need Exhibitor number 11, Adlin Overall from Splendora Jr. FFA, back into the arena. Exhibitor 11, Adlin Overall. Okay, they say she's coming. I need exhibitor number 4, Isabel Harshaw, back into the arena. Exhibitor 4, Isabel Harshaw, back into the arena. Second alternate just went to exhibitor 8, Jenna Hersinger, Magnolia, FFA. Looking for exhibitor 4, Isabel Harshaw, Magnolia West, FFA. Exhibitor number 11, Adlin Overall from Splendora Junior FFA, just went third alternate Duroc. That concludes our Duroc breed. OPB Class 1, move to the holding area. OPB Class 1, move to the holding area. I need exhibitor 16 through 20.
That was so awesome.
Okay, this is Class 1 OPB coming into the arena. Exhibitor number 16 is Addison Washer, Magnolia FFA. Exhibitor 17, Colton Back, Magnolia FFA. Exhibitor 18, Brayley Hanna, Willis 4H. Exhibitor 19, Jacob Johnson, Magnolia West FFA. Exhibitor number 20, Lauren Carlson, Willis FFA. Lauren Carlson, Willis FFA. You're needed in the arena. Lauren Carlson, Willis FFA. Your class is in the arena. Class 2 OPP, exhibitor numbers 21 through 27, move to the holding area. OPB, Class 2, exhibitor 21 through 27, move to the holding area.
Well, a very challenging decision here on the top end, and even these top three to work with. And I spent most of my time in the ring trying to decide on where I wanted to land. From the side, I think it seems easier than it really is, because when you get on top of them, becomes a much more challenge, because one of them needs a lot more. One of them maybe just needs a lot less, and just to be smoothed up just a bit. The animal I'm the most comfortable with from a structure standpoint is young man's Barrow over here to my left. An animal that can really get out and go. He's seamless in terms of his pattern from the profile. Really a neat-headed kind of a show barrow with a really good hip and hind leg, like the skin and hair, like his ability to get shown. I think as we get on him, he needs more in his back. He needs more in his rib. but for a lightweight Barrow, I thought he fit within this particular class. Young ladies Barrow here in second. No doubt about it. It's the extreme one. I love the form. I love the chest, skull, head, shape in the back is good. That animal comes in too many pieces for me. He starts to get a little up in his spine, get a little hard there, and his ham-loin junction gets a little wide in his hock. His head reads like he was maybe castrated just a little too late, and he kind of barks and acts like it as well. I think if we maybe castrate him a little sooner, he maybe softens up for the young lady just a little bit better and helps him long term. Hulk comes next here in 3, and this one is the big hind-legged one that from the profile reads like he's got a bigger rib cage and an animal that still has a nice kind of a pattern from the side. He reads small in terms of his kind today. I think as you get into him, he's still flat in terms of his rib. Needs to be a little bit longer and better about his neck, but a good hip and hind leg, a good kind of a pattern, a smooth kind of an animal to land in 3. Young ladies Barrow comes next in 4, and I thought 4 and 5 were maybe just a little bit more of a challenge. The animal in 4 just has more shape in his back line. He's an animal that has more power as you get right in behind him. He's a hog, though, I think in comparison to my top 3, just needs a lot more bone, a lot more width to compete. Young ladies Barrow in 5 has just a shot more rib, has a shot more body than the animal there in 4. Just not as much muscle as you get right on top of him. I'd like to see him just a little bit more unique in terms of his look to compete as well.
Exhibitor 21, A.J. Roth into the holding area. Exhibitor 21, Class 2's fixing to come in. Results of Class 1 OPB. First place goes to exhibitor number 19, Jacob Johnson, Magnolia West FFA. Second goes to exhibitor 16, Addison Washer, Magnolia 4H. Third goes to exhibitor 17, Colton Back, Magnolia FFA. Fourth goes to exhibitor 18, Brayley Hannah, Willis 4H. Fifth goes to exhibitor 20, Lauren Carlson, Willis FFA. This is Class 2 OPB. Exhibitor number 21 is A.J. Roth, Magnolia FFA. Montgomery FFA. Exhibitor 22, Mackenzie Cash, Champion 4H. 23, Sarah Reddix, Winner's Edge 4H. 24, Reese Frazier, Splendora Jr. FFA. 25, Shelby Rolfing, Winner's Edge 4H. 26, Clayton Phillips, Champion 4H. 27, Kate West, Montgomery Jr. FFA. Class 3 OPB, move to the holding area. Class 3 OPB, that's exhibitor 28 through 32, move to the holding area.
We'll get in the second class OPBs here, and the young ladies, Barrow there on the far side is going to win, and it wins pretty easily for me. And just based on width and bone and muscle within this particular class, obviously you can tell there's something that Barrow's not feeling the greatest today because he's wanting to kind of dead his tail, and he's maybe not moving the best out of his hip and hind leg. But in relation to the rest of the class, he simply just wins based on muscle and power today. Young man's Barrow here in second is an animal that I like in terms of his natural balance from the side. He's an animal that's still got a big blade, animal still some muscle in his back and muscle as he turns and goes. He's too straight about his shoulder. He's too straight about his rear leg. Needs more bone. He needs more power. But in relation to the rest of the class, he's the next best one. Young man's Barrow comes next in 3, and another hog that's good in terms of his body. He's an animal that I like in terms of just his natural ability to get out and go. He needs more width as he drives right at me. He needs more muscle up high. The animal in 4 is another hog that has a good look from the side, some muscularity in his back line, some muscularity as he turns and goes. He wants to drive at me and just close up at the base of his chest and his knee a little bit too much for me. The hog that comes next here in 5, a good structured, good built, good designed one, just needs a whole lot more muscle there up high in order to compete. I like to strengthen him in terms of his bone and his power to compete within this setting. Animals in 6 and 7 are very similar in terms of their frame size. Hogs that have some bone, have some power, have some center to them. They just need a lot more muscle. The animal there in 7 just needs to be a little bit better structured and a little bit bigger in terms of his kind as well.
Results, Class 2, OPB. First place goes to Exhibitor 22, Mackenzie Cash, champion 4H. Second goes to Exhibitor A.J. Roth, Montgomery, FFA. Third goes to Exhibitor 24, Reese Frazier, Splendor Jr., FFA. Fourth was 27, Kate Weth, Montgomery Jr., FFA. Fifth was 26, Clayton Phillips, champion 4H. Sixth was 23, Sarah Reddix, Winner's Edge 4H. And seventh goes to 25, Shelby Rolfing, Winner's Edge 4H. This is Class 3 OPB. Exhibitor number 28 is Sonora Imhoff, Montgomery Jr., FFA. 29, Carson Loving, New Caney Jr., FFA. 30 is Sabrina Pluff, Willis, FFA. 31, Riley Martinez, Willis Jr., FFA. And 32 is Addison Springer, Magnolia, FFA.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Test 1 2. Testing. Testing 1 2. Test. Testing. Testing 1, 2. Test, test. Test 1, 2. Testing.
We round things out here in the OPB division and a good class to round out on. The young lady's barrel on the far side is going to win for me, and an animal that proportions extremely well from the profile. He's an athletic barrel, out on the move, still got a sharp look, and you get on top of him, he's got the advantage in terms of back shape and rib shape today. Just a nice kind of a pig to win this particular class. Young lady's barrel here in second, an athletic kind of a barrel that they can get out and go. He's still a notch better and bolder in his chest than what is the third place animal. Still got a neat kind of proportion from the side. He runs out of bone within this particular class, runs out of power as you get right in behind him. The animal that comes next in three is a hog that I like in terms of his ability to have some boldness to his body. He's an animal that still has some shape up high as he comes right at me. He wants to close up in his knee and his chest, and ultimately that's what gets him beat in this regard. The animal in four is one with some shape in his back, an animal with a good hind leg. Hog I thought just ran out of power within this respective class. Needs to be a little more elevated at the point of his shoulder with just a neater kind of a look up front to compete with the three Yorkshires ahead of him within this drive. Young lady's barrel that rounds out the class. Has some muscle, has some width. He's just got to be a whole lot better on his feet and legs off both ends of his skeleton. But the young lady does a good job out here driving them and presenting them today.
Results of Class 3 OPB. First place goes to Exhibitor 31, Riley Martinez, Willis Jr., FFA. Second goes to Exhibitor 32, Addison Springer, Magnolia, FFA. Third goes to 28, Sonora Imhoff, Montgomery Jr., FFA. Fourth goes to 29, Carson Loving, New Caney Jr., FFA. And fifth goes to Exhibitor 30, Sabrina Pluff, Willis, 4H. We'll now go for selection of our champion OTB. I will need out of Class 1, Exhibitor 19, Jacob Johnson. Out of Class 2, Exhibitor 22, Mackenzie Cash. And out of Class 3, Exhibitor 31, Riley Martinez. Second and third place in those classes, be standing by. Second and third, be standing by. We will select 3 OPB to go back into the sale, and we will also select 3 alternates.
Let's put our hands together for your champion OPB exhibitors out here today. I think as we get into it and study them, I think all three of these are very similar in terms of their kind. They're all animals with some balance, with some look from the side. You know, there's definitely some differences in terms of frame size out here. There's definitely some differences in terms of mobility out here. I think as we study them and just get off to the side of them, there's one that suits me just in terms of his build. He's a hog that can get out and go. He's got a great kind of presence from the profile. I'll be the first to admit that he needs more in terms of muscle and power. But in relation to the other animals out here, he's the sound one. He's the show barrel with look and design. Young man's lightweight's my champion. Congratulations.
Your breed champion goes exhibitor number 19, Jacob Johnson, Magnolia West, FFA. I need exhibitor 16, Addison Washer, into the arena.
We'll bring in that second place animal, and I talked to him in class. There's some things about him that I don't necessarily like, but at the same time, as you bring him back out here and analyze him against the others, he's the animal with the forearm, he's the animal with the shape and the pattern from the side, and yet he's still the most next athletic animal in line. And for those reasons, I think he lines up pretty well and fits right into the mix. I think he's the next best one. He's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Barrow PB went to exhibitor 16, Addison Washer, Magnolia 4H. I need exhibitor 17, Colton Mack, Magnolia FFA, into the arena. Is exhibitor 17, Colton Mack, moving to the arena. Hannah Briley, exhibitor 18, be standing by.
Well, we pull three from this particular division, and we drop in that third place barrel, and he fits right in the mix in terms of balance and flexibility and squareness. I like him next best. He's going to be third. Congratulations.
I need exhibitor 18, Hannah Briley, into the arena. Exhibitor number 20, Lauren Carlson, be standing by. Third in the OPB going to the sale, exhibitor number 17, Colton Mack, Magnolia FFA. Exhibitor 22, Mackenzie Cash, just went the first alternate OPB. That was the fourth OPB. I need exhibitor number 21, AJ Roth, into the arena. Exhibitor 24, Reese Frazier, be standing by. That was exhibitor 31, Riley Martinez, Willis Jr., FFA. Just went the second alternate. I need exhibitor 32, Addison Springer, into the arena. Hamp, Class 1, be moving to the holding area. Hamp, Class 1, be moving to the holding area. This is Hamp Class 1, exhibitor number 33 through 46. Hamp Class 1, exhibitor 33 through 46. This is Class 1, Hamp. Exhibit number 33 is Antoine Majak, champion 4H. 34, Kristen Kelly, Splendora, FFA. 35, Zach Irving, Lake Creek, FFA. 36, Alex Jamal, The Woodlands, FFA. 37, Chloe Jansky, Magnolia West, FFA. 38 is Allie Wells, Splendora Junior, FFA. 39 is Caleb McMullen, Splendora Junior, FFA. Exhibitor 40 is Grace Baumgardner, Montgomery, FFA. 41, Paisley Turner, Conroe, FFA. 42, Sherry Rodriguez, Lake Creek, FFA. 43, Juliana Ruiz, Grand Oaks, FFA. 44, Carmen Melendez, Grand Oaks, FFA. 45, Brooklyn Ross, Splendora, FFA. 46, Ryan Stricker, Magnolia West, FFA. Exhibitors and parents, we've had another request. Please clear the aisles in the back so that the exhibitors with their hogs can get back and forth to the arena. Please keep the aisles clear. Class 2 Hamp, be moving to the holding area. Class 2, be moving to the holding area. That's exhibitor 47 through 62. Move to the holding area.
We'll get into the Hampshires here, and I thought these top five were very, very challenging and very difficult. And quite honestly, I could switch up these top five just about any way I wanted to, and truly justify. I land on these two because to me they're the fresh ones that are the boldest in terms of the rib. They're the most athletic in terms of their movements out here, and they still proportion extremely well. I think between the two, there's definitely a difference between maturity out here, and that definitely comes into consideration and it makes it a lot closer, but I think as they drive right at me is where they sort themselves, and the animal that's the most genuine in his chest is the young lady's Barrow, and he's going to win this particular class. This is an animal that is very, very big in his rib cage. He's got the most shape in his back line. He's got the most bone within this particular class. Still an animal that still has a good look from the profile. I'll be the first to tell you, when he first hits the chips, he's a little uncomfortable. He's wanting to go to the bathroom, and he's kind of ducking his spine up in him and roaching his hip up in him. Just a little bit more than I'd like to see, but when she gets him going and gets him comfortable, everything comes together on that particular Barrow to win this particular class. Animal in second definitely has more length of rump than what my class winner does. He's an animal that is a lot fresher. I prefer his head shape. I prefer his forearm. An animal that I really like in terms of his ability to get out and go and still maintain a lot of flexibility. As he drives right at me, he wants to close up in his knee just a little bit too much for this particular judge, and it's just enough that I didn't feel comfortable enough using him to win a class today. Young man comes out in three, and I tried to light a fire under him just to get this Barrow drove a little bit better, and he's just a little too slow on the stick. I think if you speed yourself up and really get this Barrow to get out and go, he'd really show himself off, because I do think this is one of the sounder animals. The problem is out here, he's wanting to drive too slow. It looks like he's hesitant in terms of his movement. Ultimately, he gets beat on bone work in comparison to those top three, but a slick-looking Barrow from the profile. while, that's got good shape in his back, good shape to his rib. Maybe we could toughen him up in terms of his bone and his jawline just a touch to get up any higher. Young lady comes out in 4, a big chested, heavy bone kind of a barrel. Love the skull shape, love the chest width, love the muscularity within this particular barrel. As the longer the drive wears on, the worse his hind leg gets. And unfortunately for the young lady, he just wasn't good enough out of his rear two to get up any higher than where he was at. But I like this barrel in terms of his look, his muscularity. She does a very good job driving this particular animal. Just wasn't sound enough today to get up any higher than 4. Young lady comes out in 5 and definitely wins the showmanship trophy within this particular class because she drives them how I like them. This young lady can get into the barrel and get them drove and get them moving. An animal with some bone, some muscularity in his back. I thought he came in too many pieces for me. He's the plainest about his jawline. He's a little bit harsher in terms of his body, his flank line. Then from behind, he's just a little bit coarser about his joint, but a very, very good job on presenting and driving the animal to this particular judge. Young lady comes out in 6. Big chest, a big back laid in this particular barrel. Like his rib cage, like his range of motion, he runs out of power as I get right in behind him. I'd like to stouten up his rear leg and just give him more muscle there in his twist to compete. The young man's barrel comes out next in 7. Stout skull and a big rib cage in this particular barrel. I like his bone work. I like his muscularity up high. He's a lower set barrel at the point of his shoulder. Wants to twist out as he comes right at me. Not as smooth or as correct as I get right in behind him, but a very nice barrel to be in 7. Animal in 8's got muscle and dimension up high. I like those things about him. He's an animal that's flexible in terms of his movement. Gets a little round from behind. A little too refined about his bone work and his head and his skull. If we could just toughen him up, we could maybe move him just a shot higher. Young man's barrel that comes next in 9. Got all the shape in the world up high. An animal with plenty of power as he turns and leaves you a little harsher and drier about his body and too soft on his front pasterns. Young lady's barrel that rounds out the class. Another animal with some proportions from the side. He just needs to have more width as he drives right at me. He needs to have more rib and muscle to compete within this setting, but a very good animal to round out the class.
Results of Class 1 Hamp. First place goes to Exhibit 42, Sherry Rodriguez, Lake Creek, FFA. Second goes to Exhibit 33, Anton Majak, Champion 4H. Third was Exhibit 46, Ryan Stricker, Magnolia West, FFA. Fourth was 45, Brooklyn Ross, Splendora, FFA. Fifth was 34, Kristen Kelly, Splendora, FFA. Sixth was Allie Wells, Splendora Jr., FFA. Seventh was Zach Irving, Lake Creek, FFA. Eighth was Alex Jamal, The Woodlands, FFA. Ninth was Caleb McMullen, Splendora Jr., FFA. And 10th was Paisley Turner, Conroe, FFA. This is Class 2 Hamp. Exhibitor number 47 is Caitlin Fry, Splendora Jr., FFA. 48, Riley Hearn, Grand Oaks, FFA. 49 is Colin Haynes, New Caney, FFA. 50 is Dylan Back, Magnolia, FFA. 51 is Colton Lortz, Porter, FFA. 52 is Mallory Majors, Magnolia, FFA. 53 is Oliver Munoz Garcia, The Woodlands Jr., FFA. 54 is Brianne Ballard, Lake Creek, FFA. 55 is Harley Hamner, Lake Creek, FFA. 56, Maverick Bosch, Lake Creek, FFA. 57, Molly Gallen, New Caney, FFA. 58, Amelia Metcalf, Evening Star 4H. 59 is Ann Pashada, Trails End 4H. 60, Jasmine Elliott, New Caney Jr., FFA. 61, Elizabeth Metcalf, Evening Star 4H. And 62 is Mason Phillips, Montgomery Jr., FFA.
Said he was standing near the entry point. I just talked to him 2 minutes ago. See what I have to deal with? Make sure you're looking at the
Riley. Hey, keep it on there. Keep it on your pen. It's gonna be a minute. Awesome. You're doing good. Keep it up. Hey, he comes out of that gate. Get him going.
Does he have good?
Whenever you start, whenever he releases you, start showing. They open your pen. If not, you open your pen and you show. But if they open your pen for you, just start showing. Hey, Riley, come to the back of the pen. That way he looks good coming out the pen. All they get to see is him walking good. Hey, walking perfect. Just keep him walking. Hey. Let him be good.
No, Mexican.
Hey, question man. Oh, no, come on. Start showing.
Class 3 Hamps be moving to the holding area. Class 3, exhibit number 63 through 75, move to the holding area.
Well, the top three within this class are all very good pigs, and they're all different in terms of their type and kind. And depending on what you like, will determine how you place this class. The animal that suits me the best from just a balance standpoint, a freshness standpoint, and athleticism standpoint, it's a young lady right here going to my right to win this class. That's a Barrow that is very fresh up high. He's got a good hind leg that can flex and go. He's still right about his body shape. He's still right about his width. You know, up front, I'll be the first to tell you, we got to strengthen his pattern, and it's starting to affect him just a little bit, but at the same time, within the relation to the rest of the class and the other two pigs that are in contention within this class, he's still the most mobile and athletic and best in terms of his lines. Young lady's Barrow here at second is a powerhouse, and I really like his rib cage. I like his chest width as he drives right at me. I like his dimension all the way through. You know, I think he gets a little bit quicker in terms of his maturity pattern. He's shorter about his neck. He's shorter about his rump. He's maybe not quite as big about his rear foot as what he needs to be in relation to the rest of them, but still, I thought his soundness was what allowed him to end up in second today. Hull comes next in three, and this one's got the wild pieces that I definitely like and appreciate. He's got a huge chest as he drives right at you, a big nose, a jerk neck that sits high on the top of his shoulder. You get on top of him, that is a massive back laid in an animal. He's got a big rear leg that's still square. You know, we get right into him. He's a little bit flat about his rib, and then most importantly, the thing that gets him beat is his hind leg is just too restricted, and it's awfully close, because if he go just a little bit better, I could run a long way with him. I just thought today it was too restricted to get up any higher than third. Hull comes next here in four. A young lady works hard to get this one drove, and I like the hip and hind leg of this particular Barrow. He's a hog that has a great kind of proportion from the profile. He's not the stoutest, and he's definitely not the most secure on his front foot, and that's where we'd like to fix him. Animal in five is an animal with more dimension and power as he drives right at you. I like the shape to his back line. I like the power to his rib. Thought his hind leg read just a little bit straighter. He's definitely the shortest out of his hip of the top five. I like to maybe just square him up as he turns and goes and clean him up in his joint work as well. Animal that comes next in six, a hog that is square in terms of his chest. He's square in terms of his power as he turns turns and goes. Got a good rib cage laid in him. He's not the most attractive in terms of his head and neck carriage, and ultimately that's what gets him beat within the stride. But at the same time, that's what works him from 8 or 9 all the way up to 6. The animal at 7 got a good look from the profile. Another one with a big chest, a big front foot, good kind of rib cage laid in him. Skin and hair is very good on this particular animal. He had right in behind him. He's not square enough as he turns and goes. I'd like to give him more natural shape and his back line to compete. Hog here in 8, a young man does a very good job driving this particular barrel. An animal with a good kind of a look, a good kind of design. You get right in behind this particular hog. There's just not enough muscle and dimension as he turns and goes. But the young man did a very good job driving this particular barrel. Hog here at 9's got all the muscle, all the power in the world. Just a little too uncomfortable out of his shoulder and out of his front foot. If we could give him more security in that area, we could definitely use his muscle and dimension up in that top 5 placings. The young ladies barrel that rounds out the class. Another one that's secure on his feet and legs. Just needs a little bit more flesh and body in him, a little bit more muscle up high. Up an animal that's square out here, he could be a little better looking as well. But a good kind of a barrel to round out the class.
Results of Class 2, Ham. First place goes to Exhibitors 52, Mallory Majors, Magnolia, FFA. Second was a 59, Ann Pashada, Trails in 4H. Third was 51, Colton Lords, Porter, FFA. Fourth was 47, Caitlin Fry, Splendora Jr., FFA. Fifth was 61, Elizabeth Metcalf, Evening Star, 4H. Sixth was 56, Maverick Barsh, Lake Creek, FFA. Seventh was 62, Mason Phillips, Montgomery Jr., FFA. Eighth was 50, Dylan Back, Magnolia, FFA. Ninth was 48, Riley Hearn, Grand Oaks, FFA. And 10th was 58, Amelia Metcalf, Evening Star, 4H. This is Class 3, Ham. Exhibitor number 63 through 75. Exhibitor 63 is Justin Gibson, Splendora, FFA. 64, Brooke Seal, Splendora, FFA. 65, Carl Butler, Winner's Edge, 4H. 66, Emily Jones, Grand Oaks, FFA. 67, Kay Thomas, New Caney, FFA. 68 is Jasmine Bridges, Montgomery, FFA. 69, Lily Matthews, College Park, FFA. 70 is Stephanie Benarski, Champion, 4H. 71, Kelsey Ness, Splendora, FFA. 72, Laney Lyles, New Caney Jr., FFA. 73, Colton Francis, Trails in, 4H. 74, Lillian Harrison, Champion, 4H. 75, Vanessa Moore, New Caney, FFA.
Yeah, he might come. He might come later. There's still a lot of fine. Where the
First call, Class 4 Ham. Be moving to the holding area. First call, Class 4 Ham. Move to the holding area. That's Exhibitor 76 through 85. 76 through 85. Move to the holding area.
Well, first, no, no. Like, looking at it. But then they're gonna take after he plays ball, he's gonna take the first five, throw them back out there, and see if he wants to make them out. And then he's gonna take the back five, throw them out there, and see if he wants to replace any of them. Very important. Fun color. That one doesn't. They're both but you can't pay. Yeah, no, me too. Look at the dark. It's dark and then the white.
It's in the barn. Y'all clear the aisles. They say you're blocking the aisles again. The kids can't get here with the figs. Clear the aisles, please. Give everybody else a chance, just like you had. Please clear the aisles.
Well, very, very interesting pair, and very hard pair to sort here because both of these animals are so unique in so many different areas. And I know that term gets overused, but these animals are unique. They've got giant limbs. They got a lot of shape in their back. They're animals that are extremely flexible and still have wild pieces to them. Maybe don't put the pieces together quite as well as maybe I'd like, but at the same time, when you make them that big-legged and you make them that stout, it's hard to blend things together that well. I think I sort the pair as they come right at me, and I will always do that. I will stick to my guns and sort animals as they drive right at you and make them genuine in their chest, make them genuine in their knee. And the animal that does that the best is also the animal that's the most comfortable in their shoulder, the most comfortable in terms of their balance from the profile. That's the young lady's Barrow right over here to my right, and he's going to win this particular class. Now, I'll be the first to tell you, when I get right in behind this barrel, I'd certainly like to see just more power and more muscle in the seat of his pants. And if he does those things, well, you want to talk about a runaway winner because his legs are gigantic. He's very flexible. He's very comfortable. Skin and hair is dialed in. Young lady does a very good job driving him here today. Young lady's Barrow in second. Has more muscle, no doubt about it. He's got more muscle in his back. He's got more muscle as you get behind him. He's still got a giant rear leg that can flex and go. He's still got a big forearm. He's still got a good look from the side. As he drives right at me, he closes up too much at the base of his knee and his chest. He maybe gets a little bit forward about his shoulder, gets a little bit bigger about his neck. But man, a pig that really packs a punch when you get right in behind him. Unique kind of an animal to land in second. The hog that comes next in three is probably the safer option of those top two, and he's just a good built kind of good design kind of a barrel. He's got a big chest in him. He's got a good look from the side. He's still got muscle and rib. We get him behind him. He could be just a little bit more coordinated off his rear too. He could be stouter in terms of his bone work in relation to the two horses above him within this class. Young lady's barrel comes out next in four, and a good hip and hind leg in this particular barrel. I like his rib shape. I like his back. Got a stout head about him. I couldn't get a shoulder blade to just match the rest of his body. He wants to get forward in his shoulder, wants to close up in his knee. He's maybe just not as attractive or as trim in terms of his overall design, but a good kind of a barrel to land in four. Just a basic, good day, all day, every day kind of a barrel comes out in five. He's square on his feet and legs. He's got rib shape. He's got width. He's got muscle. He's just a little too unattractive in terms of his natural look from the side. I think from a show ring setting, he maybe just doesn't fit in with the rest of them quite as well, but a wide-made, powerful, stout kind of a barrel to land in five. Young man's hog comes out next in six, and I like the rib shape. I like the back shape in this particular barrel. He's got bone. He's got chest. Again, a little more unattractive about his head and neck, and then I get in behind him. His left rear's got to be a little bit square for this particular judge. Young lady's Barrow in seven, presented extremely, extremely well. I like the crease in this guy's back. I like the animal in terms of his flexibility out here. He gets a little quick about his rump. He wants to roach forward at his shoulder, close up in his knee. Need to see just a little bit more fill through the center portion of his body as well. Young lady's barrel that comes out in eight, a very flexible kind of a barrel. I like his look. I like his design from the profile. I thought in relation to the rest of the class, he wasn't quite as square when I got right in behind him. He's a lower set kind of a barrel that's maybe just not quite as bold as some of the others. Young lady does a good job showing him. My animal comes out in nine, good looking from the profile, got shape in his back line. As he comes right at me, he just needs more power through his chest, but a good kind of a barrel to be in nine. Animal that rounds out the class, another one with a good kind of a look, just comes in too many parts and pieces. Gets a little bit more restricted in terms of his movement, not as wide underneath. Good kind of a barrel to round out the class.
He's also Class 3 Hamp. First place goes to Exhibitor 70, Stephanie Vinarski, champion 4H. Second goes to Kelsey Ness, Splendora, FFA. Third goes to Colton Francis, Trails in 4H. Fourth goes to Laney Laws, New Caney Jr., FFA. Fifth goes to Vanessa Moore, New Caney, FFA. Sixth goes to Kay Thomas, New Caney, FFA. Seventh goes to Brooke Seal, Splendora, FFA. Eighth was Justice Gibson, Splendora, FFA. Ninth was Vivian Harrison, champion 4H. And 10th was Emily Jones, Grand Oaks, FFA. This is Class 4, Exhibitor number 76 through 85. Class 4 Ham. Exhibit number 76, Lauren Sanders, Trails End 4-H. 77, Mason Otwell, Oak Ridge, FFA. 78, Caitlin Williams, Willis,
Going all the way down here.
Class 5 Hamp need to be in holding area. Class 5 Exhibitor 86 through 94 need to be in the holding area.
Hey, bring back the kid. Hands down. Hey, you're gonna have to drive him.
Well, a smaller class here, but these top two can compete with any, I think. Very high quality setup. Barrow's here on the top end. I sort them as they come right at me. And the young lady, Barrow's got the advantage, and he's going to win this particular class. An animal that's just a shot more aggressive in his back line. He's a little bit square out of his hip. I like the shape to his. I like the shape from stifle to stifle, just a notch truer. An animal with still a good kind of a look when she gets his head jacked and gets him rolling. I think a very good kind of a Barrow ought to go ahead and win. Young man's Barrow here in seconds. An absolute athlete out of his hip and hind leg. I love the flexibility that he has out of his rear leg. An animal is still shape and body roll to burn. A hog that I like in terms of his look from the side. He's maybe not quite as good at the top side of his neck, and as he drives right at me, maybe just not quite as square in his chest as what my class winner is. The animal here in thirds, maybe probably the most Hampshire or true Hampshire looking one of any of them out here, just in terms of his head and just his shape. An animal I like in terms of his muscularity. I like him in terms of his power. Probably moves just a little bit more like a true Hampshire as well, and we just got to make him sounder to compete with those top two. Young lady's Barrow comes in 4 and very good from the profile. I like his ability to get out and travel. She does a very good job driving this particular barrel. As he comes right at me, where we need to change him. He's got to be a lot more powerful. He's a lot more muscle to compete with those top three. Animal comes next in 5, and another one with some muscle and some dimension, some power. I like his chest width. I like his body roll. He's got some bone. He's maybe not quite as unique in terms of his look up front, maybe not quite as coordinated off his rear too, but he does have the power, and that's why he ends up in 5th. Hulk comes next here in 6, another one with a good look from the profile. Still got some shape up high. I thought in comparison to the rest of the class, he just ran out of dimension as he drives right at you. Need to open him up in his chest floor to get him up any higher. Animal in 7 does have more chest. It does have just a bigger rib cage in him. He's more restricted off his rear too, and then you get him behind him. He needs more muscle and power from stifle to stifle. Young lady's Barrow here in 8, another one that has some flesh and some body and some bone working in him. He's too narrow as he drives right at you. He's a little too uncoordinated off both ends of his skeleton. Needs a little more power as you get right in behind him. Animal that comes next in 9 and 10 are hogs that are fresh in terms of their skin and hair. They're good in terms of their body. Need to be better on their feet and legs. This animal just needs to be better out of his shoulder. Needs to be stounded up from a bone perspective. Needs a little bit more muscle to compete. Young man's rather rounds out the class. Has more chest and has more body. Just needs a lot more muscle in relation to the rest of the class.
Results, Class 4 Hamp. First place goes to Exhibitor 76. Lauren Sanders trails in 4H. Second was Braxton Loudon, trails in 4H. Third was Cammie Hayes, Porter Jr., FFA. Fourth was Aubrey Petty, Splendora Jr., FFA. Fifth was Libby Daines, Montgomery, FFA. Sixth was Reagan Winter, Splendora Jr., FFA. Seventh was Caitlin Williams, Willis, FFA. Eighth was Summer Kimberlin, Montgomery, FFA. Ninth was Abigail Hayes, New Caney Jr., FFA. And 10th was Mason Otwell, Oak Ridge, FFA. This is Class 5 Hamp. Exhibit number 86, Caleb Matusik, Magnolia West, FFA. 87, Aaron Pashada, trails in 4H. 88, Hope Strausser, Grand Oaks, FFA. 89, Kaya Daigle, Montgomery, FFA. 90 is Carter Frazier, Lake Creek Jr., FFA. 91, Jonathan Pippin, Splendora, FFA. 92, Logan Carr, Lake Creek Jr., FFA. 93, Jordan Maddox, New Caney, FFA. And 94, Camlin Wise, New Caney, FFA.
Right, come on. Huh?
Attention livestock barn. Out of the ham classes, I need the first and second place ham from each class to come back to the holding area. First and second place ham from each class back to the holding area. Out of class 1, I will need Sherry Rodriguez and Anton Majak. Out of class 2, Exhibitor Mallory Majors and Ann Pashada. Out of class 3, Stephanie Vanarski and Kelsey Ness. Out of class 4, Lauren Sanders and Braxton Loudon.
Well, good class to round out the Hampshires on here, and I do think there's a logical placing, and it starts with the young man here on my left. I think that animal opens up so well on his chest, and the way he comes out of his blade is very, very good. He's got a unique kind of look up front, and still, when this young man puts his mind to it and really gets focused in and gets him drove, he can really show off and flex and drive with the best of them out here. I'd like to intensify his rear leg bone just a touch. We can maybe just jerk his tail up on the top side of his body just a little bit more, but that's a very good animal to win this class. Young man's Barrow here at second. It's got a big rear leg, and they can flex and go. I really like that about him. He's a hairy kind of an animal that's got a good body texture to him, got shape in his back line. As he comes right at you and as he leads me is where he disappoints me within this particular class, because he could be just a little bit wider, a little bit bolder, but a very flexible, very freshly presented, very well shown kind of an animal to land in second. Hull comes next in 3, and a very, very stout one in terms terms of his body shape. I like the stoutness to his head and his skull. Got a big rear leg that can still flex and go. He's not as attractive in terms of his look out here, and he's maybe just not as aggressive in terms of his shape up high as what my top two are, but still a very good animal to land in 3 within this particular class. Hog comes next in 4. Another one with some power and some dimension as you get right in behind him. I like the squareness that he possesses as he goes away. Good body shape in this particular barrel. A little more unattractive about his head and neck carriage out here. A little softer about his front foot. Maybe not quite as bold or square in his knee today, but a good kind of an animal to be in 4. Hog next comes out in 5, and a muscular one that's very big about his blade. An animal that's very wide as it leaves you. Doesn't proportion or balance from the profile quite as well. Gets a little bit rounder out of his hip, a little rounder out of his shoulder. Young lady definitely wins the showmanship competition within this particular class, and she can really drive on it. That's why she works her way up. This animal is very sound, very correct, very good looking from the profile. He needs a whole lot more muscle and width and dimension and power to compete within this setting. Young man's barrel comes next in 7, and another one with some muscle. Got some stoutness of feature. He's a little too twisted out of his shoulder. Maybe like to knock that dew claw off him. And then from behind, wants to just kind of waddle out of his rear too. But an animal with some muscularity to land in 7. Young lady's barrel comes in 8, and he does have some muscle. He's got some dimension. I thought this barrel wasn't as structurally correct as some of the ones ahead of him. I'd like to see more flesh and body within that particular barrel to get him up any higher. The hog comes next in 9. Good skin and hair on this particular barrel. Good body. Depth of body within this particular barrel. Needs a lot more muscle as you get right in front of him, get right in behind him to compete today.
Results of Class 5 Ham. First place goes to Exhibitor 92, Logan Carr, Lake Creek Jr. FFA. Second was Jonathan Pippin, Splendora FFA. Third was Aaron Pashada, Trails End 4H. Fourth was Camlin Wise, New Caney FFA. Fifth was Carter Frazier, Lake Creek Jr. FFA. Sixth was Jordan Maddox, New Caney FFA. Seventh was Caleb Matusi, Magnolia West FFA. Eighth was Kaya Daigle, Montgomery FFA. And ninth was Hope Strausser, Grand Oaks FFA. This would now be for the selection of champion and reserve Hamp, and we will place 12 hogs to go back into the sale out of this breed, but 3 alternates. Be listening up. I've asked for the first and second place back to the holding area. When he makes a selection, we'll call to move the next pig into the holding area. Into the arena for the champion, I need out of Class 1, exhibitor number 42, Sherry Rodriguez. Out of Class 2, I need exhibitor 52, Mallory Majors. Out of Class 3, exhibitor number 70, Stephanie Vinarski. Out of Class 4, exhibitor number 76, Lauren Sanders. Out of Class 5, exhibitor 92, Logan Carr. I need the second place Hamps back into the holding area. Second place out of all 5 classes into your holding area. Out of Class 1, second place was Anton Marjak. Out of Class 2, Ann Pashada. Out of Class 3, Kelsey Ness. Out of Class 4, Braxton Loudon. Out of Class 5, Jonathan Pippin. Third and fourth, be standing by your pigs. Third and fourth, be standing by.
Let's put our hands together for all your Hampshire exhibitors that are still in the ring here today. Well, it's been a challenging Hampshire drive, and certainly it's been a fun one because there's a lot of quality within the ring, and I know that's a general statement that a lot of judges make when you get into a grain drive situation. But I do think 5 for 5. These are 5 very, very good animals to be represented at a county fair, and quite honestly, there's 3 or 4 that I would be glad to name a champion just about any county fair in America, and so that's something you guys should take a lot of pride in and be very, very, very proud of. I think as we get them out here, there's one that just suits me very well for being a complete animal that just puts all the parts and pieces together. I'm not going to tell you he's the most wild-looking one out here, but he certainly checks all the boxes for me in terms of squareness and in terms of muscularity, in terms of balance and soundness. I think just a very, very good animal. Yeah, ladies, Barrow right here is my champion. Congratulations.
Your breed champion Hamp goes to exhibitor 76. Lauren Sanders trails in 4H. I need Braxton Loudon back into the arena. I need Cammie Hayes to a holding area.
We drop in that second place Barrow, and certainly taking nothing away from him because he's going to fit into the mix here in a second. There's another animal out here that maybe pushed my champion the hardest because he is a wild looking animal. He's got absolutely ginormous legs and just a killer look from the side. The issue is he comes with one gigantic problem, and I think as you get him behind him, we can all see it. And he's one of those animals that we kind of all gather up after the show, and 5 guys are going to say, heck, I would have used them to win the whole show, and there'll be 5 guys that said, heck, I would have put them 4th in class. And it's just it becomes a challenge as a judge on what to do with those kinds of animals. I like uniqueness. I like making animals that are hard to put together, and I certainly like to pick them when I get the chance. Ladies Barrow right here is reserved. Congratulations.
Your reserve Hamp went to Stephanie Vinarski, champion 4H. I need Kelsey Ness into the arena. We will select 12 Hamp to go back into the sale, plus we will select 3 alternates. I need Kelsey Ness into the arena. I need Colton Francis to the holding area.
Well, we drop in that second place, Barrow, and he certainly even pushed my reserve pretty hard in class, and he certainly fits right into the mix. If you know me as a judge, you know what I like, and I certainly like animals that are more genuine in their need than what that particular Barrow is. But at the same time, I don't want to become a judge that just single traits livestock and throws them away just because they're bad in one area and so good somewhere else. And so it becomes a more of a challenge. The other animal in contention is the young man's heavyweight Barrow, and that Barrow is so good as he drives right at you. He's so genuine in his chest. He's so good in the way his shoulder blade fits into his body and his head and neck come out of his shoulder, and to have that kind of shape out of the backside of his shoulder. The issue with him is you get on the back half of him, he kind of runs out of bone and runs out of power, and certainly he's one of those pigs that if we slap some of the hair that some of these others have on that particular Barrow, he might look just a little bit different, and so becomes a challenge out here. I could go either way and truly justify it. The animal that I like next best, young man's heavyweight, is going to be third. Congratulations.
Third ham goes to exhibitor 92, Logan Carr. I need exhibitor 91, Jonathan Pippin, into the arena. Exhibitor Aaron Pashada to the holding area. '71 was Kelsey Ness. She was fourth ham. I need Colton Francis into the arena. Laney Lyles to the holding area. Tom, when he makes the selection, give me the back tag number. '91. This went fifth. I need Aaron Pashada into the arena. Camlin Wise to the holding area. That was exhibitor 42, Sherry Rodriguez. Lake Creek FFA was sixth. I need Anton Marjak into the arena. I need Ryan Stricker to the holding area. 81 was Braxton Loudon. He was 7th. I need Cammie Hayes into the arena. Aubrey Petty to the holding area. .33 just went 8th. There's Anton Marjak. I need Ryan Strecker into the arena. Brooklyn Ross to the holding area. Ryan Strecker, Exhibitor 46 is who we're looking for. Brooklyn Ross into the holding area. Exhibitor 52, Mallory Majors just went 9th. I need Ann Pashada into the arena. Colton Lortz to the holding area. Ann Pashada just went 10th. I need Colton Lortz into the arena. Caitlin Fry to the holding area. Colton Lortz, Porter FFA, just went 11th. I need Caitlin Fry, Splendora Junior FFA, into the arena. Elizabeth Metcalf to the holding area. 87, Aaron Pashada just went 12th. Camlin Wise, I need you into the arena. Carter Frazier, I need you to the holding area. This will be for the first alternate.
Gimlin. Go, Gimlin.
73 was Colton Francis. He just went first to alternate. I need Laney Lyles into the arena. Vanessa Moore to the holding area.
Go, Gimlin.
72, Laney Lyles, New Caney Junior FFA, just went second alternate. I need Vanessa Moore into the arena. Vanessa Moore is coming into the arena. The pigs that are in the holding area are released back to the barn. This is the final selection for the alternates. .46 was Ryan Stryker, Magnolia West FFA. He just made third alternate. That concludes the Hamp show. We're going to take about a 5 or 10 minute break, let the judge eat a sandwich, then we'll come back for the crosses. Class 1 cross, wait until you in your holding, wait in your pen until I call for you. Okay, Market Bear exhibitors, we're fixing to move into the cross class. I need class 1 cross to the holding area. Exhibit number 95 through 109. Exhibitors 95 through 109 move to the holding area at this time. Remind y'all once again, please clear the aisles in the swine pens. Please clear those aisles so they can get those bears in and out. Also remind everyone, there will no be, the pigs will be released tonight after the final show. Final show will be the senior showmanship. After senior showmanship, we'll be ready. We'll start releasing pigs at that time. And the pigs must go tonight. Now, remind you also, there will be a locker plant trailer here. They're giving 50 cents a pound if you want to put your hog on the locker trailer. Exhibitors, please do not bring your trailers up the road or start lining up until after the show is completely over with. All right, this is Class 1. Cross. Exhibitor number 95 is Hayden Jansky, Magnolia West, FFA. 96 is Casey Wilson, Oak Ridge, FFA. 97, Cash Hartley, Trails End, 4H. 98, Bailey Traylor, Champion, 4H. 99, Delaney Miller, Outback, 4H. 100, Kirsten Worley, Grand Oaks, FFA. 101, Austin Benj, Porter Jr., FFA. 102 is JTK, New Caney, FFA. 103, Mila Wagner, Magnolia, 4H. 104, Morgan Warman Reed, Splendora, FFA. 105, James Hogan, Porter, FFA. 106, Maddox Steele, The Woodlands, FFA. 107, Hadley Miller, Outback, 4H. 108, Cole Ramos, Willis, 4H. 109, Blake Waskow, Oak Ridge, FFA.
Well, great way to start out our crossbred drive here, and these top two are very, very good livestock. I like both of these barrows a great deal, and they differ and contrast just a little bit in terms of their type and kind. One of them's just a shot better out of the rump and hind leg and the way they utilize their hip and their hind leg. Another one's just a little bit better and a little bit more mature as they come right at me, just a little bit bolder in the center part of the rib, and so it makes it a little bit more difficult on where you want to land and what you want to do. The animal that I like best, just from a leanness standpoint, an animal that uses their hind leg better, flexes and goes, just got a bigger rear foot and a great kind of drive, still a very good shape to his back line, a very good look from the side. You know, the blue one's going to win for me. Congratulations to her. Young lady in the green can really show one, and she does an incredible job getting this animal presented. I love this animal's body shape in comparison to the blue one. An animal that's so good in his chest. He's so comfortable out of his shoulder. I read him just a little bit quicker out of his rump. He wasn't as big about his rear foot, and maybe that animal's pushing on a little bit more condition than I'd like to see at this particular stage of the game. I think they go back and forth. I thought it was a very tough decision. That's why I land where I do. The animal comes next in 3. Incredible from the profile. Young lady does a tremendous job driving him. A hog with a great hip and hind leg laid into him. A very neat look about his head and his jawline. For me, this animal, as he drives right at me, is the narrowest in his chest in relation to my top two. But this young lady can really show one. This animal can really well present it at a very high level. Hog comes next here in 4, and I like this barrow for his presentation as well. This young lady, again, can really show an animal. I love this hog from the profile. I love his skin and hair. His body shape reads right. He's big about his chest. He's good about his skull. He gets a little rounder out of his hip and hind leg. He doesn't want to square up as we get right in behind him. I like to make his tail just a little bit bigger as well to kind of help lengthen his rump and tie it all together. Animal in 5 is by far the rawest one within this particular drive, and that's a wild-looking animal from the side. He's very correct about his feet and legs. He's got a very long neck and still got some shape up high. He reads harsher about it. It's just his body long. He's an animal that just reads just a little bit longer in terms of his length of body. I'd certainly like to just toughen him up a little bit there in the center portion of his rib and his body. Maybe I think more days on feed would certainly help that barrow reach a bigger weight and flesh up to the center part of his rib. Hog comes next here in 6. A good body kind of an animal with some shape and some muscle. Hog that opens up well in its chest. I think as I get
Class 2, come to the holding area, please. Class 2.
The animal in 6, again, an animal with some muscle and some power. As he drives right at me, he balances well from the side. I think as we get right in behind him, we got to square him up and allow him to just be better off his rear, too. Animal in 7's got all the muscle in the world. I like his stoutness and boldness as he drives right at me. His hock joints got to fit better together. He's got to be just a notch smoother there. We like to lengthen his hip out as well. Hog comes out next here in 8 is an animal that I like in terms of his body shape. I like him in terms of his muscularity. He doesn't fit together as well out of his shoulder. As you get right in behind him, he's got to be square and wider going away. Animal comes next in 9, same kind of story. Young lady does a tremendous job driving this hog. I like his look from the side. I like the strength to his chest. He wants to duck up underneath himself, and he certainly needs to be more comfortable out on the move. Young man does a tremendous job driving this hog here in 10. Good body shape, good rear leg. As he comes right at you, just closed up in his knee. He's maybe just a little over condition. Need to see more muscle in that particular barrel.
Class 2, cross. I need you in the holding area. Class 2, cross. Come to the holding area. You're fixing to come in the arena. Results of Class 1, cross. First place goes to Exhibitor 107, Hadley Miller, Outback 4H. Second goes to 99, Delaney Miller, Outback 4H. Third goes to 98, Bailey Traylor, Champion 4H. Fourth goes to 103, Miley Wagner, Magnolia 4H. Fifth was Hayden Jansky, Magnolia West FFA. Sixth was Maddox Steele, the Woodlands FFA. Seventh was Cole Ramos, Willis 4H. Eighth was James Hogan, Porter FFA. Ninth was Morgan
Warman Reed, Splendora, FFA. And 10th was JTK, New Caney, FFA. This is Class 2, Exhibit number 110, Allison Antilli, Montgomery, FFA. 111, Caleb Macer, Magnolia, FFA. 112, Logan Mueller, Splendora, FFA. 113, James Sessom, Splendora Jr., FFA. 114, Jordan Snyder, New Caney Jr., FFA. 115, Bryn Coy, Willis 4H. 116, McKinley Lucius, Champion 4H. 117, Zach Mueller, Splendora Jr., FFA. 118, Adeline Arnold, Montgomery, FFA. 119, Stetson McKinley, Lake Creek Jr., FFA. 120, Harrison Thielen, Willis, FFA. 121, Michaela Miller, Oak Ridge, FFA. 122, Zaylee Overall, Splendora Jr., FFA. 123, Hunter C., Willis, FFA. 124, Lucas Alvarez, Willis, FFA. 125, Isabella Dimsdale, Willis, FFA. 126, Mackenzie Hunt, Oak Ridge, FFA. 127, Austin Worley, The Woodlands, FFA.
Sam, Miss Martin.
Gotta get him Izzy. The Chrome, 125.
Yeah.
Class 3 cross, move to the holding area, please. Class 3 cross, come to the holding area.
Well, no doubt about it. A challenging class here to put together, and yet I'm still comfortable with my class winner. Now he's not perfect, and most of them aren't, and I certainly like to make him just a little bit bigger about his kind. But I'm still comfortable with the fact that he is the best animal within this class, and that's the young man's blue one right here in front of me. Really a genuine animal in terms of width and dimension underneath. It really leaves you impressive in terms of his squareness and his boldness. Great kind of body shape, great kind of look from the side. He's too short and quick out of his rump, and he almost has to drop his entire pin set just to get his hind leg underneath him because it's so short. But at the same time, he's still the best animal within this particular class, and he needs to win today. Young ladies, Barrow here in second. Unique looking from the profile in terms of extensions. Very, very raw in terms of the shape to his back line. Got a big rear leg. He gets pretty wild looking from behind, and just maybe not the most coordinated in terms of his movement. Gets a little bit harsher in terms of his body line, and maybe wants to roach forward about his shoulder. But I thought in comparison to the animal in third, he just had more extreme pieces. He was longer necked. He was better in terms of his shape. He was better in terms of his bone. He was just a little bit more, I guess, unique would be the best way to describe it. Hulk comes in three, and this is the safe one within this particular class because he, from a just range of motion and a build standpoint, he is the best. He's an animal that's still got muscle. He's still good in terms of his body shape. The longer I study him, the more I say to myself, he's just a pig. He's just a plain pig, and I wish he just had more extension. I wish he had more muscle. I wish he had more length of rump. But at the same time, he's a good structured animal. So for me, he was either third or first in this particular class. I thought he was just a little too general in terms of his look, and that's why I put him third. Hulk comes next in four, and a big-chested Barrow that's very good about his rib, an animal that can get out and go and flex. I like the shape to his back line. He gets a little bit more general in terms of his jaw line, his neck line, and then from behind, I like to just give him a little bit more punch there in the seat of his pants, but a flexible, correct, good kind of an animal to land in for. Hulk comes next in five, and one that I like in terms of his proportions from the profile. Got a great kind of show barrel head about him, a big forearm, a big rib cage, really a proportional animal from the profile. He's a little more rigid off his rear too, gets a little bit more upright about his shoulder. I didn't see him as loose in terms of his movement, and that's why we left him in five. Young man's Barrow here in six, same kind of story. An animal with shape up high, an animal with bone and power. His shoulder blade reads too far forward in him, but a stout mugged, heavy muscled kind of a Barrow to land in six. Animal that comes out next in seven, an animal that's very flexible, hairy kind of a Barrow that can get out of his shoulder extremely well. Like his proportions from the side. I thought he needed more muscle in his back line. Thought he just needed more roll and turn to his rib cage. And I think if we just added more shape and dimension to him, we could have moved him higher. Young man's Barrow comes next in eight, and he did a good job getting him drove once he got things kind of figured out there in the sift ring. A very sound structured kind of a Barrow that can get out and go. I read him just a little too refined about his jawline. He needs more muscle there in the seat of his pants. Needs more bone to compete within this particular setting. Animal comes out in nine. Got plenty of shape, plenty of muscle. Shoulder blade's got to be set back in him. I like to lengthen his rump and smooth him up about his joints, but an animal with plenty of power, plenty of dimension. Young ladies rather rounds out the class. Good looking from the profile. I like the stoutness to his head. Needs more muscle in comparison to the rest of the class, and as we get right in behind him, we got to square up his joint work going away.
Results, Class 2. Cross, first place goes to Exhibitor 112, Logan Mueller, Splendora, FFA. Second was McKinley Lucius, champion 4H. Third was Adlin Arnold, Montgomery, FFA. Fourth was Zach Mueller, Splendora Jr., FFA. Fifth was Kayla Macer, Magnolia, FFA. Sixth was James Sessom, Splendora Jr., FFA. Seventh was Allison Antilli, Montgomery, FFA. Eighth was Stetson McKinley, Lake Creek Jr., FFA. Ninth was Zaylee Overall, Splendora Jr., FFA. And 10th was Michaela Miller, Oak Ridge, FFA. This is Class 3. Exhibitor number 128, Hannah Anderson, College Park, FFA. 129, Haley Freeze, Montgomery, FFA. 130, Isabella Centillion, Willis Jr., FFA. 131, Riley Evans, Magnolia West, FFA. 132, Carter Hosford, Magnolia 4H. 133, Lime Washer, Magnolia 4H. 134, Brooklyn Carr, Lake Creek, FFA. 135, Jacob Riley, Willis, FFA. 136, Reagan Weaver, The Woodlands, FFA. 137, Tori Pidman, Champion 4H. 138, Kason Duke, Montgomery Jr., FFA. 139, Logan Ferguson, Oak Ridge, FFA. 140, Mason Lightfoot, Willis, FFA. 141, Aubrey Noska, Willis Jr., FFA. 142, Preston Rutherford, Outback 4H. 143, Maya Steele, The Woodlands Jr., FFA. And 144, Ketchum Woodson, Oak Ridge, FFA. Is Belinda Smith in the audience? Belinda Smith. If someone knows Belinda Smith, we have her purse. It will be at the greeters building at the back gate.
Ram down front. Seriously, how you walk in, okay? Where are you going? Stop right. Round. Drag. Drive them in front. done. Come on. Come on, Fergie. Get him in front. Come on. Get him in front.
Class 4, cross, move to the holding area. Class 4, come to the holding area.
Well, another good class and another good top pair here to work with in lots of different ways. I could truly justify sorting both these pairs, and depending on what you like and how you want to do it, you could go a different way here on the top end. I sort them as they drive right at me. Young man's Blue Barrow is going to win for me, and I think his blade, his forearm, his chest just overpowers the Blaze Face Barrow in second. That animal's creased up high. He's athletic out of his shoulder. He's still square and powerful as he turns and goes. You know, he's not the longest or the levelest out of his rump, and that's certainly where I'd like to fix him, but he is the most powerful as he drives right at me. The animal in second reached just a little bit fresher in terms of his presentation. I like his look from the side just a shot better. I think he's a little longer out of his rump. I think he's a little better at his neck. He's still an animal that can get out and go. He's still got bone. He's still got power. I think as he drives right at me is where I've just always questioned him from the moment he hit the sip ring until now. If he was just a little bit bolder about his forearm, a little bit better about his chest, we could have used him to win this class. Young ladies barrel comes next in 3 in a solid black barrel with a big back laid in him, extremely fresh out of the backside of his shoulder. Still gives me a good look. He's still got a big forearm, a big chest in him. He's still powerful as he turns and goes. He comes in more pieces from the profile as he wants to roach forward about his shoulder. He's maybe just not as comfortable out of his spine. He's not as comfortable about his ankle. If I could just allow him to maybe just get out and cat and go just a little bit smoother, we could have maybe worked his way up as well. Animal in 4 is a good-looking one from the profile, and young lady does a very good job driving this particular barrel. Really got a neat kind of presentation from the side. He's an animal, too, with a big forearm. He's an animal with some power to him. I didn't read him just quite as fresh out of the backside of his shoulder. I didn't read him quite as square as he turns and goes in comparison to those top 3. The animal that comes next in 4, one that is very, very out there in terms of power. I love his chest floor that he has laid in him. I love his shape up high. Got a really neat look from the profile. You get him behind him, and he's got loads of power. At the same time, it comes to his despise is I think he gets a little too wide, stifle to stifle, and he's not quite as comfortable in terms of his movement in that regard. Up front, his shoulder blade wants to fit on him just a little bit forward, and is compensating there at the base of his knee for as wide as he is. If we could just allow him to piece together just a little bit truer, we maybe would have run him just a shot higher. Animal in 6, a hog that I like in terms of muscularity and power, an animal that's very bold about the center portion of his rib. He gets a little bit quicker about the top side of his neck. His bone doesn't match his upper mass up high. Just need to see him stouter at the ground. The young lady's barrel in 7, big chested, stout skull, big rib kind of a barrel. Love his muscularity up high. I never got to see his hind leg just flex and go like it needs to. He gets a little more jammed up in terms of his look up front and the way his shoulder blade reads and his forearm reads, but still a powerful kind of animal with muscle to land in 7. Young man's barrel here in 8 is a very good structured kind of a barrel. I like his proportions. I like his build. He needs more muscle to compete within this particular setting. I think if you give him more shape and more dimension up high, he's able to play a lot harder within this particular class. Animal that comes next in 9, and young lady does a good job working to get this one drove. He's an athletic kind of a barrel. Reads a little bit flatter in terms of his rib cage. Maybe not quite as much bone to some of them out here, but a good kind of a pig to be in 9. Young man's barrel that rounds out the class. A lean-made a barrel that reads with some shape on the backside of his shoulder. A little bit harsher about his body. Maybe not as quite as comfortable off his front end or the way he uses his rear leg, but still an animal with some dimension and power today.
Results Class 3 cross. First place goes to Exhibitor 133, Lime Washer, Magnolia 4H. Second goes to Brooklyn Carr, Lake Creek FFA. Third goes to Maya Steele, the Woodlands Junior FFA. Fourth goes to Preston Rutherford, Outback 4H. Fifth goes to Carter Hosford, Magnolia 4H. Sixth goes to Ketchum Woodson, Oak Ridge FFA. Seventh goes to Reagan Weaver, the Woodlands FFA. Eighth goes to Logan Ferguson, Oak Ridge FFA. Ninth goes to Riley Evans, Magnolia West FFA. And 10th goes to Jacob Riley, Willis FFA. This is Class 4 cross. Exhibit number 145, Zachary Johnson, Magnolia FFA. 146, Reese Monroe, Lake Creek Junior FFA. 147, Emma Craney, Splendora Junior FFA. 148, Karis Downs, Champion 4H. 149, Cadence Matusik, Magnolia West Junior FFA. 150, Lance Sessom, Splendora Junior FFA. 151, Hunter Ballas, Trails End 4H. 152, Anna Peterson, Lake Creek FFA. 153, Cheyenne Thompson, Conroe FFA. 154, Callie Whippo, College Park FFA. 155, Dylan Hart, Porter FFA. 156, Wade Wells, Splendora Junior FFA. 157, Addison Duncan, Montgomery Jr. FFA. 158, Jackson Jernigan, Splendora Jr. FFA. 159, Kaylee Mixon, New Caney FFA. 160, James Parker, Splendora FFA. 161, Nicole Rowlett, Winter's Edge 4-H. 162, Kristen White, College Park FFA. And 163, Heaton Woodson, Trails End 4-H. Attention in the pig barn. If y'all will, clear the aisles again. Please keep the aisles clear so they can come back and forth with these barrows.
Hey, spray them off. But all
Class 5 cross, start moving to the holding area. Class 5 cross, move to the holding area.
I'm not. Let me make the. Can you give me those dimensions? Oh, you just need the shims for it? Okay. Let me make a call.
Well, very, very good class and a very good top pair here. These barrels definitely take it to the next level in terms of power and just substance and mass. I think one of them out here just fits together better from a profile and a balance standpoint. I think they're more comfortable in the way their neck comes out of their shoulder. I think they're just a notch more athletic in terms of their flexibility and their drive. Still got plenty of bone, plenty of dimension, plenty of shape. I think just a very, very good animal. That's a young man's barrel over here to my right. He's going to win this particular class. I think a very wild-looking critter to go ahead and win. Young man's barrel here in second might offer just a little more stability to his front foot, and this animal to me maybe just has just a little bit more muscle when you get right in behind him. I still think a barrel that can really flex and go out of his rear too. He's maybe just not quite as attractive in terms of his head and neck carriage. He's an animal that gives up a little bit of bone in comparison to my class winner, but like I said, maybe offers just a shot more stability as he comes right at you. A very, very good pair there to work with. Young man's barrel that comes next in three. Extremely wide as he drives right at me. Very athletic on the move. He's got plenty of shape and muscle as well. Very, very powerful when you get right in behind him. I thought in comparison he gave up too much bone in comparison to my top two. The animal that comes next in four is an interesting one because I love this barrel's proportions from the profile. It's got a big rear leg and an animal with plenty of shape and dimension. An animal with plenty of bone as you study him from behind. I thought this barrel was very timid out here in terms of his movement. Thought maybe he was just favoring a shoulder out here or a front foot. Regardless, he's got to go better out of his front end to get up any higher than where he's at. But a very good pig to land in four. Animal in five packs plenty of punch in terms of muscularity, dimension. That's a ginormous rib cage and a neat looking barrel from the side. Got a giant back laid in him. You know, his bone doesn't match his upper mass and dimension. And as he drives right at me, he wants to just toe in just a little bit too much for me. But I still think a highly presented animal with a good kind of a look to end up in five. Young man's barrel in six. Neat looking from the profile. One that can get out and go and really a good textured kind of a barrel in terms of his body wall. Hulk to me just ran out of muscle within this particular class. As you get right on top of him, he's just a little bit flatter in terms of his muscularity up high. Maybe just not quite as bold about his jawline, but a good structured animal with a good look from the profile. Hulk here he comes out next in seven. Again, a good structure, good design barrel. He was one of the first ones to the sip pin. I like his flexibility. Doesn't have the power, the dimension in comparison top six, but still, that's a very, very good seventh place animal. You just ran into a very tough class today. Just not quite the horsepower as some of the others ahead of you. Barrow in eight's got a stout jawline and a bold forehead. I like his rib cage. I like his muscularity as he comes right at me. He wants to close up in his knee, and then from behind, he's got to be smoother and squarer about his joint work. But muscularity, balance on the side, all very good on that particular barrel. Animal that comes next in nine, another one that's square on his feet and legs, has a good kind of a look from the profile. He's given up just a little bit too much muscle within this particular class. I'd like to take a little bit of cover off him and maybe just freshen him up from a skin and hair and muscle shape standpoint to compete within this class. But that's probably the best ninth place barrel we saw all day. He just ran into a very, very tough class. Young man's barrel that rounds out the class. One that can get out and go out of his hip and high leg. I like his look from the side. He's come at me with more genuine power. He's just a shot more rib and bone to compete in this particular class. But again, tough class. That's a very good 10th place pig.
Results Class 4. First place goes Exhibitor 145, Zachary Johnson, Magnolia, FFA. Second goes to 151, Hunter Vallis, Trails In, 4H. Third was Wade Wells, Splendora Jr., FFA. Fourth was Emma Craney, Splendora Jr., FFA. Fifth was Karis Downs, Champion, 4H. Sixth was Heaton Woodson, Trails In, 4H. 7th was Dylan Hart, Porter, FFA. 8th was Lance Sessom, Splendora, FFA. 9th was Kaylee Mixon, New Caney, FFA. And 10th was Anna Peterson, Lake Creek, FFA. This is Class 5. Exhibitor number 164, Ella Early, Willis, FFA. 165, Carter Green, Splendora Junior, FFA. 166, Kimber Nailway, Trails End, 4-H. 167, Zachary Gaza, The Woodlands, FFA. 168 is Aaron Harris, Splendora Junior, FFA. 169, Peyton Stahl, Magnolia West, FFA. 170, Kaylee Lipham, Lake Creek, FFA. 171, Catherine Walker, Splendora, FFA. 172, Chase Brown, Grand Oaks, FFA. 173, Allison Irby, Oak Ridge, FFA. 174, Hadley Jeffcoat, Champion, 4-H. 175, Tatum Tully, Oak Ridge, FFA. 176, Shelby Grisham, Caney Creek, FFA. 177, Riley Holcomb, Splendora Junior, FFA. 178, Weston Holcomb, Champion, 4-H. 179, Briley Tucker, Willis, FFA. 180 is Tyler German, Grand Oaks, FFA. 181, Jenna England, Willis, FFA. 182, Kara Lundberg, Willis, FFA. 183, Shooter McCabe, New Caney Junior, FFA. Class 6, cross, be moving to the holding area. Class 6, cross, be moving to the holding area.
No, no.
Well, good class of arrows here, and a little bit more challenging to put together, to be quite honest with you. Still, at the same time, I'm very comfortable with the way we align these top two, and the young lady's barrel closest to me is going to win this particular class. And I think that animal is just a little bit more aggressive in the turn to his back line. I think his neck fits just in him, not smoother. He's a big-chested barrel that reads right in terms of his squareness as he comes and as he goes. An animal that I like in terms of his elevation. I think he has the advantage in terms of bone and foot size as well. Young lady's barrel there in second, an animal that is just a shot bolder there and is hard and is full rib in comparison to the barrel that wins. I like his athleticism. I like his width. I like his dimension. On top of that guy, he's very impressive in terms of the spread that he has to his back. I don't know if it just matches his bone. I don't know if his head and his feature just matches his back, but a good kind of a barrel to land in second. Hulk comes out next in three, an animal that I like in terms of his look from the profile. And the longer this animal drives, the more I like him because he gets comfortable out here and he really got a good look from the side. Got a neat kind of head on him with a big form and a big chest. As we read him, he's flatter about his forerib. He's a little more narrow about his pins. And then up front, he wants to roll in at the ground a little bit more than I'd like to see. Young lady's barrel here that comes next in four is a hog that's got a big flexible rear leg, a good kind of body shape. I like the stoutness to his head and his mug. An animal that still reads right about his body. As he comes at me, we could open him up in his chest, and we can maybe just freshen him up from a skin and hair perspective, just a touch as well. But I think that's a very nice kind of a pig to be in four. Animal comes next here in five, and killer looking from the profile. He's got a great rear leg that can flex and go. A good kind of a body shape. I like his head, his skull, his ear. He's an animal, though, as he drives right at you. He's very, very narrow about his chest. He's very frail about his forearm and his front foot. If we could fix him in that area and just help him at all, we could certainly move him way up within this class. But I just didn't think there was enough power as he drove right at me to get him up any higher than where he was at. The animal that comes next in six got plenty of dimension, plenty of power. I like his chest. I like his width as he turns and goes. I didn't see his shoulder blade just fitting into him. I didn't see him balancing from the side the way he needs to. He wants to get a little too roached forward up front. But that's a powerful animal to land in six. Young lady's barrel in seven has bone to burn, and I love the flexibility of this particular barrel. Skin and hair is very good. Young lady does a very good job driving him. He's a little too soft on his front feet. Gets a little too wide about his hock. He's not as bold or as stout to the center portion of his rib as he needs to be. A little lower set at the point of his blade as well. Animal that comes next in eight, very, very bold to the center portion of his rib cage and his body. An animal with plenty of shape in his back, a neat kind of look from the side. He's too quick out of his rump. He's too short about his step. Wants to roach forward about his shoulder. If we can fix him, in those regards, we can move him higher. Young lady's bear that comes in 9. She's got a very, very lean back in him. And she's got a bear that's very elevated at the point of his shoulder with a neat kind of look from the side. He's too narrow as he drives right at you. He's too straight about his blade. I need to set him back in his shoulder just a touch as well. But skin and hair's on point. She did a very good job driving that particular barrel. Barrow that rolls out in 10. A hog with plenty of shape and plenty of muscle. Just too quick out of his rump. He needs to be better out of his shoulder. From a feet and legs perspective, we can make this barrel any better. His muscularity would move him up. It just needs to be better off both ends of his skeleton to get him up any higher today.
Results Class 5. First place goes to Exhibitor 170, Katie Lipham, Lake Creek FFA. Second goes to Kimber Nelway, Trails End 4-H. Third goes to Carter Green, Splendora Junior FFA. Fourth goes to Aaron Harris, Splendora Junior FFA. Fifth goes to Weston Holcomb, Champion 4-H. Sixth was Allison Irby, Oak Ridge FFA. Seventh was Riley Holcomb, Splendora Junior FFA. Eighth was Briley Tucker, Willis FFA. Ninth was Catherine Walker, Splendora FFA. And 10th was Zachary Gazzi, the Woodlands FFA. This is Class 6. Exhibitor number 184, Morgan Combs, Grand Oaks FFA. 185, Corrine Nelway, Trails End 4-H. 186, Trent Pittman, Champion 4-H. 187, Leah Robles, Champion 4-H. 188, Clayton Alford, Oak Ridge FFA. 189, Dylan Bailey, Splendora Junior FFA. 190, Allie Benson, Willis 4-H. 191, Madeline Nelson, the Woodlands FFA. 192, Natalie Stewart, Magnolia West FFA. 193, Christopher Sousey, the Woodlands FFA. 194, Emery Hoffman, Splendora Junior FFA. 195, Kit Imhoff, Montgomery County Horsemanship 4-H. 196, Kay Jones, Trails End 4-H. 197, Brooklyn Kelly, New Caney Junior FFA. 198, Easton Long, Champion 4-H. 199, Ethan. How you say it? 199, Ethan what? Smallstra, Evening Star 4-H. 200, Brianna Thrash, Grand Oaks FFA.
That's good. You got to fight for your life.
Agree. When you go out again, you got to make sure that he's going and that has that nose in the air. Okay, that's what he likes.
Class 7, cross, move to the holding area. Class 7, cross, move to the holding area.
Try to get his nose right before you go out. Try to come out dry. Get him turned around and come out.
Another good class here, and still, I think a logical placings to start with this young lady's belted barrel right here in front of me. I love the strength to his head. He's got a real good look up front, and he comes at me with a big open toe and a big chest floor. Still got shape in his back line. He's very, very powerful as he turns and goes. I'd like to make his rib cage just a shot bolder and stouter, but still, I think a very proportional, square, good kind of an animal to go ahead and start. Young lady's barrel here in second. A little more Yorkshire looking in terms of his appearance. Very, very long necked and attractive up front. An animal that opens up well in his chest. He's got muscle on his back. He's got muscle as he leaves you. Maybe not quite the bone or the athleticism to his rear ankle. An animal that wants to crest up high just a little bit more than I'd like to see, but I think a very good animal to land in second. Hog comes next in three. A very dense one, a very stout one. Got a big rear leg that can flex and go. I love the shape to his back line. An animal that is really bold as he comes right at you. He's a little lower set at the point of his shoulders and much more general in terms of his look up front. But I do think a very productive, a very basic, very complete, correct kind of a barrel to land in three. The hog comes next here in four. Young man's got a very athletic, big-footed kind of a hog that opens up well in his chest. He's an animal that still gives me a good look from the profile. He wants to get just a little bit more coordinated off his rear two at times, and then maybe not quite as fresh in terms of his muscularity as some of them out here, but I think a very good look and heavy structured kind of a barrel to fit right into the fourth spot. Young man's barrel in five. Good hip and hind leg within this particular barrel. Can really get out and go. Got a big rear ankle laid into him. An animal that's still good about his body shape, but he reads flatter about his forearm. He reads flatter about his blade. Just not as much power as he drives right at me. Animal that comes next in six, and I thought 6 through 10 got a lot closer. Young lady's got a very lean made, extended, very sound kind of an animal. I like his look up front. He's not as stout about his bone work, but he's very square on his feet and legs. Just needs to be burlier and bolder to compete with the animals in 1 through 5th. Hog here in 7, good looking one from the profile. Young lady does a great job driving this particular barrel. He just needs more muscle up high, out of the backside of his shoulder. Just needs more muscle to compete with the animals ahead of him, 6 through 1. Animal that comes out next in 8, a big-chested barrel that still has some shape up high. He's getting up quite a bit in terms of bone. He's not as loose out of his hip and hind leg as what he needs to be. Animal here in 9, just a practical kind of an animal. He's not as long about his hip as what he needs to be. He's not as attractive in terms of his look or his lines from the side, but still a very basic, complete animal with some product to him to land in 9. Young man's barrel rounds out the class. Got a good hip and hind leg, just too closed up in his knee. Got some shape up high, just got to be better structured to move up out of the 10 hole today.
Results of Class 6 cross. First place goes to 187, Leo Robles, champion 4H. Second goes to 191, Madeline Nelson, the Woodlands FFA.
Third was Corin Nelway, Trails End 4-H. Fourth was Easton Long, champion 4-H. Fifth was Kay Jones, Trails End 4-H. Sixth was Brooklyn Kelly, New Caney Jr., FFA. Seventh was Natalie Stewart, Magnolia West, FFA. Eighth was Allie Benson, Willis, 4-H. Ninth was Brianna Thrash, Grand Oaks, FFA. And 10th was Christopher Sousey, The Woodlands, FFA. This is Class 7 Cross. Exhibitor 201 is Braden Hofstra, Trails End 4-H. 202, Aaron McKay, Splendora Jr., FFA. 203, Finley Powell, Grand Oaks, FFA. 204, Chloe Robles, Champion 4-H. 205, Reese Courier, Porter, FFA. 206, Ranger Rutherford, Outback 4-H. 207, Remy Wolf, Champion 4-H. 208, Kendall Phillips, Montgomery Jr., FFA. 209, Colton Sal, Splendora Jr., FFA. 210, Mason Hebner, Champion 4-H. 211, Abby Emerson, Montgomery, FFA. 212, Keaton Bale, Oak Ridge, FFA. 213, Kira Binge, Porter, FFA. 214, Hunter Phillips, Champion 4-H. 215, Shelby Loving, New Caney, FFA. And 216, Leanna Thrower, Montgomery, FFA. .204, Chloe Robles, are you in the holding area? 204, Chloe Robles, you need to be in the holding area.
Mason, get him in the pen. Get him in the pen, Mason. Good luck. There you go.
Hey. Now you gotta show. Now you gotta show. You gotta drive him forward. Get that head up and drop long patterns, okay? You don't have to get under his feet. Just drive him forward, okay? You got to show him. That's why he just didn't like the first look. Now you can show your way to the top. Get ready. Let him take long strides. He's good. He's better than that. Hey, Mason, act like you're at the door. Go. You ready? Stick him hard. Mason, use that spray bottle right beside you.
Yeah,
On
spray
his butt.
Spray his butt. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Get it off.
Spray it.
There you go. There you go. Right, keep going. Keep going.
Keep going.
Keep going, Mason. Keep spraying.
Mason, you got time. Spray.
You got time.
Take your time.
All right, all right. All right, hey. He's off right. Yeah. Hey, get that up.
He comes out there and sticky.
Back here. Back here. Bottom.
Get ready, Mason. You got to drive.
I hope.
You got to go. All right, now get him back to the front row. Hit him hard. No, wait, Mason.
Let's go, Luke. Right down.
Pay attention.
First call. I need the first and second place out of each cross class. Should be 12 pigs coming to the holding area. I'll need out of class 1, exhibitor number 107, Hadley Miller, and 99, Delaney Miller. Out of class 2, exhibitor number 112, Logan Mueller, and 116, McKinley Lucius. Out of class 3, exhibitor 133, Lime Washer, and 134, Brooklyn Carr. Out of class 4, 145, Zachary Johnson, and 151, Hunter Vallis. Out of class 5, exhibitor 170, Kaylee Liffam, and 166, Kimber Nelway. Out of class 6, 187, Leah Robles, and 191, Madeline Nelson. Need those 12 exhibitors with their pigs back to the holding area.
Thank you. Backhand, bud. But
Can I see your show?
he's gonna let you go in. He's gonna get the river. Guess what? You got knowledge. I know. Like, Rangers.
Did I make this up?
Hey, drop your number. No. Don't drop it. You need it for showmanship.
Well, again, another good class and another deep class. I land on these top two pretty handily, in my opinion. I think both these barrows are very good in terms of their basic balance on the side. I think one of them just takes it to another level in terms of extreme shape, in terms of bone and density. Look from the side. That's the young lady's barrow right over here to my left. She's going to win this particular class. I'll be the first to tell you when that barrow drives right at me, he's got to be just a little bit bolder in his chest for me to get real excited about him. But his look from the side, his squareness and power as he turns and goes, his back line, I think, is awfully good. Young lady's barrow here in second might be just a touch better as he drives right at me in terms of his form and his front foot and his chest. He's an animal that's still good about his shape and his back line. He's still good about his body. He's still athletic. I didn't read him just quite as unique in terms of his top shape, and I didn't read him quite as unique in terms of his rear bone, but I think a very practical, very good kind of an animal to land in second. Hog that comes out next in three is over here in the corner, just a little bit spooky today. I love this animal's athleticism. I love his basic build. He's one that can get out and go and flex and drive with the best of them. I didn't read him with just much muscle there as he turns and goes. I didn't read him just as bold in the center part of his rib. That's a very athletic kind of a barrow to land in three. Hog comes next in four is an animal that I like in terms of his squareness, his freshness up high. He's got a really good look from the profile. You know, he doesn't read with as much as bone or power in terms of his foot or his chest. I think part of it is maybe his color, and I think that once you read past that and start to study him, you gotta like his body shape, you gotta like his muscularity. But again, I don't read him just quite as bold about his jawbone, and not quite as bold in terms of his foot or his bone with relation to my top three. Animal in five is the stout one, is the big-chested one within this particular class. Love his rib shape, I love his back line, love his skull and his head, his dimension as he turns and goes. He's too straight about his shoulders, too straight about his rear leg. If he was any sounder at all, we could easily ran a long way with this particular barrow. Just wasn't good enough in that regard today. Young lady's barrow in six, heavy structured one that really comes at me with a lot of power. I love the stoutness to his head and his skull. He's a little bit quicker about his kind. I like to make him just a notch taller at the point of his shoulder, a little bit more comfortable on his front feet. I like to lengthen his rump and just give him a firmer shape from behind. Animal that comes next in seven, another one that that has a good look from the profile. Very sound in terms of his movements today. Not as fresh out of the backside of his shoulder. Not as powerful as he drives right at me, but a good structured, good built barrel to land in 7. Animal in 8, very, very fresh up high. Skin and hair is very, very good. Good look, good kind of look from the profile. Good hip and hind leg. So he drives right at me. He's too close up in his chest and his knee. Too harsh about his body today. The animal that comes out next in 9, one that has plenty of dimension, plenty of power. He's going to be better structured as you get right in behind him. Maybe take just a little bit of cover off that particular barrel to allow his skeleton to maintain just a notch truer. The animal that rounds out the class got plenty of shape and plenty of muscle. He too needs to be better structured in order to compete within this setting.
Results to Class 7. Exhibitor number 215, Shelby Loving, was first place, New Caney FFA. Second goes to Remy Wolf, champion 4H. Third was Aaron McKay, Splendora Jr., FFA. Fourth was Colton Sal, Splendora Jr., FFA. Fifth was Braden Hofster, Trails End 4H. Sixth was Kendall Phillips, Montgomery Jr., FFA. Seventh, Kara Benj, Porter, FFA. Eighth, Ranger Rutherford, Outback 4H. Ninth, Mason Hivner, champion 4H. And 10th was Chloe Robles, champion 4H. We're now going to go into the selection of the champion and reserve cross. We're also going to select 24 hogs to go back into the sale on next Wednesday night. We'll have 24 and we'll have 3 alternates. I need my 7 first place winners back into the arena. I'll need out of Class 1, Exhibitor 107, Hadley Miller, Outback 4H. Out of Class 2, Logan Mueller, Splendora FFA. Out of Class 3, Lime Washer, Magnolia 4H. Out of Class 4, Zachary Johnson, Magnolia FFA. Class 5, Kaylee Liffam, Lake Creek FFA. Class 6, Leah Robles, Champion 4H. In Class 7, Shelby Loving, New Caney FFA. I need these 7 second place into their holding area. Exhibitor 99, Delaney Miller, out of Class 1. Out of Class 2, McKinley Lucius. Out of Class 3, Brooklyn Carr. Out of Class 4, Hunter Vallis. Out of Class 5, Kimber Elway. Out of Class 6, Madeline Nelson. Out of Class 7, Remy Wolf. Those 7 need to be in the holding area. Third and fourth place, you need to be standing by.
Let's put our hands together for all your crossbred class winners out here in the Grand Drive. I'll be honest with you. I think there's a lot of quality in the ring, and like I told you in the Hampshire Drive, it's something that's very cliche to say, but at the same time, there's a lot of good pigs in this ring. But at the end of the day, you got to pick your favorite. It don't matter what your favorite weighs. He could be 220 pounds. He could be 290. To me, my favorite out here sticks out to me. I think his hip and hind leg is the best within this drive. I love his muscularity. I think he's very genuine. I think he's very good in terms of his shape. He's not the biggest one out here, but I do think he is the best one. Lightweight's my champion. Congratulations.
Your champion cross goes to Exhibitor 107, Hadley Miller, Outback 4H. I need Exhibitor 99, Delaney Miller, into the arena. And Bailey Trailer to the holding area.
I think it get a little bit more challenging here for reserve, and there's different parts and pieces you certainly could work with, and maybe just not a clear direction on which way you want to go. I think as we bring them back and you analyze them, there's a barrel out here that is very, very heavy duty. I love the bulk that he has. I love the bone that he has. He maybe wasn't quite as just good looking or maybe as stable about his front foot or his shoulder as what my champion was, but he is extra stout, extra dense, extra flexible. Young man's barrel right here is reserved. Congratulations.
The reserve champion goes to Exhibitor 145, Zachary Johnson, Magnolia, FFA. I need Hunter Vallis into the arena. Wade Wells to the holding area.
Well, it becomes even more of a challenge from here on out where you want to land and what you want to do. And my third place animal is one that I think is just very correct, a very stable kind of a barrel. He's got a great kind of just balance and look from the side. He's maybe just not as extreme about his bone or extreme about his rib out here today, but I really like his balance. I like his proportionality extremely, extremely well. Young lady's barrel right here in front of me is going to be third. Congratulations.
187 was Leah Rovers, champion 4H. She just had the third cross. I need Exhibitor 191, Madeline Nelson into the arena. And 185, Corin Nelway to the holding area.
We'll take nothing away from the animal that just drops in. And again, we could go several different ways out here. And the animal I'm going to pick for fourth overall is one I think is very unique in his back shape. I think he's very unique in his look. We get him back out here. And I told you in class I need to see him just a notch bolder and bigger about his chest. I thought he'd play a little bit harder when we started to compare him with others. And then he started to break down just a little bit more than I'd like to see. Yet, I think as we analyze him against the rest of them, he's still my next favorite young lady's Barrow right here. Congratulations.
Fourth cross went to 215, Shelby Loving. I need exhibitor 207, Remy Wolf into the arena. 202, Aaron McCabe to the holding area. See number 5? 151 was Hunter Ballas. He was the fifth. I need Wade Wells into the arena. Emmy Craney to the holding area. $156 just went number 6. That was Wade Wells, Splendora Jr., FFA. I need Emma Craney into the arena. And I need Karis Downs to the holding area.
Yes, sir. Next one's 7.
99 was Delaney Miller. That was the 7th. I need Bailey Traylor into the arena. Mila Wagner to the holding area. 133 was Lion Washer Magnolia 4H. He was number 8. I need Brooklyn Carr into the arena. Maya Steele to the holding area. Exhibitor 98, Bailey Traylor just went 9th in the cross. I need 103, Milo Wagner into the arena. Number 95, Hayden Jansky to the holding area. $134 was Brooklyn Carr. She just went number 10. I need 143, Maya Steele into the arena. 142, Preston Rutherford to the holding area. Y'all clear the aisles so we can move these pigs back and forth now. Clear the aisles. $112 was Logan Mueller, Splendor FFA. He just went number 11. I need McKinley Lucius into the arena. Adlin Arnold to the holding area. $170 was Callie Liffam, Lake Creek FFA. She went number 12. I need Kimber Nelway into the arena. Carter Green to the holding area. Number 13 was 207, Remy Wolf, champion 4H. I need Aaron McCabe into the arena. Colton South to the holding area. That was 14. Number 14 just went to 166. Kimber Nalloway trails in 4H. I need Carter Green into the arena. Aaron Harris to the holding area. $191 was Madeline Nelson. She just went number 15. I need 185 Corin Nelway into the arena and Easton Long to the holding area. '16th just went to Mila Wagner, Exhibitor 103, Magnolia 4H. I need 95 Hayden Jansky into the arena and 106 Maddox Steele to the holding area. '17th went to Exhibitor 165, Carter Green, Splendora Jr. FFA. I need Aaron Harris into the arena, Weston Holcomb to the holding area. Number 18 just went to Mia Steele, the Woodlands Junior FFA. I need Exhibitor number 142, Preston Rutherford, into the arena and Carter Hosford to the holding area. Number 19 goes to Exhibitor 147, Emma Craney, Splendora Jr., FFA. I need Karis Downs into the arena and Heaton Woodson to the holding area. Number 20 just went to 185, Corin Melway. I need Easton Long into the arena, Kay Jones to the holding area. Number 21 just went to Preston Rutherford, Exhibitor 142, Outback 4-H. I need Carter Hosford into the arena and Ketchum Woodson to the holding area. Number 22 went to Carter Hosford, Magnolia 4-H. I need Ketchum Woodson into the arena. I need Reagan Weaver to the holding area. We're looking for Ketchum Woodson in the arena, Reagan Weaver to the holding area. 23 was Easton Long, Exhibitor 198. I need Kay Jones into the arena. Brooklyn Kelly to the holding area. That was the last guaranteed spot. That was number 24, Aaron Harris. I need Weston Holcomb into the arena. Allison Irby to the holding area. This is for first alternate. First alternate went to Aaron McCabe, Splendora Jr., FFA. I need Colton Sal into the arena. Braden Hofstra to the holding area. Second alternate goes to Colton Sal, Splendora Jr., FFA. I need Braden Hofstra into the arena. The remaining hogs in the holding area will be released back to the barn. That was the third alternate selection. That was McKinney Lucius, Exhibitor 116, Champion 4H. Hogs remaining in the arena are released back to the barn. I need a representative from the New Caney Ag Booster Club to the announcer stand. Also a representative from Hidden Valley Wreckers. Come to the announcer stand. New Caney Ag Booster and Hidden Valley Wrecker. New Caney Ag Booster is sponsoring the Grand Champion Buckle. Hidden Valley Wrecker Incorporated is sponsoring the Reserve Champion Buckle. So I need representatives here to present those. All right, exhibitors, we're fixing to go into the selection of the overall champion. I'm going to call the champion and the reserve champions both up to the holding area. Champions and reserve champions need to come to their holding area. And when we get into this championship drive, we will select the overall champion. We'll move that reserve back up with the remaining 3 champions. Reserve will be selected, and whatever remaining breed champions will then be placed so that we can get our sale order. After that, we'll give you a little break. We're going to have a junior showmanship competition. That's 13 and under as of today. Senior showmanship will be following. That's 14 and over as of today. After the senior showmanship, then they will start releasing the hogs out of the barn. There will be a sales meeting. Any exhibitor who has made the sale or is an alternate, we need to have you and a parent back in the arena 10 to 15 minutes after completion of the senior showmanship for a sales meeting. It's imperative that you be at this meeting if you made the sale or you're an alternate. Once again, there will be a locker plant trailer on the grounds immediately following. They're giving 50 cents a pound if you want to put your barrow on the trailer. Out of the Duroc class, I will need exhibitor number 13, Liliana Martinez, Willis FFA, your breed champion. The reserve champion was Tice M. Hall, champion 4-H. I need you back in the holding area. Now OPB, I need exhibitor 19, Jacob Johnson from Magnolia West FFA. He was the breed champion. And I need exhibitor number 16, Addison Washer, Magnolia 4-H, was reserve champion. Back into the holding area. Out of the Hamp class, I will need exhibitor number 76, Lauren Sanders. She was the breed champion. And I will need exhibitor number 70, Stephanie Vanarski, champion 4-H, was the reserve champion. Out of the cross class, I will need exhibitor 107, Hadley Miller, was the breed champion. Exhibitor 145, Zachary Johnson, Magnolia FFA, was your reserve. I will need those 8 exhibitors back into the arena. All right, we got all 8 hogs here. Do I have a representative from New Caney Ag Booster? Need somebody from New Caney? Come up here and present this buckle. While the champions are coming out, we want to once again thank our judge for today's fair, the Swine Show, Mr. David Korb. He's out of Oxford, Ohio. He's a graduate of the Western Illinois University. He manages their family farm there in Oxford, Ohio.
We'll shut them down for just a quick second here, guys. I won't take long. I still got to get through showmanship, but I do want to say a quick thank you, not only to the guys in the ring, the guys in the back, everybody up on the stage. If we could, let's all put our hands together for all the guys that make this show go. Certainly an honor to get the chance to come back and get the chance to evaluate and sort your livestock and work with your kids. I tell people when I'm coming down that last year's show I thought was one of the toughest county fairs that I ever had the chance to witness, and I truly mean that. And I can tell you, I judge a lot of county fairs, and that's not to brag, but to tell you how tough this county is and how special this county is. And I can tell you this year was even tougher. I thought the depth of quality was even better, and quite honestly, probably the best county fair I've gotten the chance to judge, and that's something you guys should be very, very proud of here in Montgomery County. Every time I get the chance to judge a show, I always tell the kids one thing, and that's to go home and make sure you take the time to thank your parents, thank your ag teachers, thank the people that help you. And I know that's something I didn't do enough of. It's something I still don't do enough of. And I don't know if mom and dad are watching at home, but thank you guys for everything you do for me, all the people at home. Thank you for taking the time to do the things at home so I can come down here and get the chance. I encourage you guys to all do those same things and thank the people that got you to this moment, because it takes a lot of work. It's a team sport that do what we do here. And if you don't have a team, go find one, because there's plenty of people sitting around ringside willing to help you better yourself, not only in the sport of showing hogs, but in the sport of life. So those are my words of wisdom for the day. Let's fire these things up, and I'll go out and select you a champion. To be quite honest with you, taking nothing away from your champion today, but I thought that champion last year was a very, very special animal, and one that I always remember. And I thought it was pretty cut and dry last year. That thing won and won pretty handily. I think it's a little bit closer this year, and I told you that the show was tougher because it was deeper. But at the same time, I think the top end is that much closer. And I think if you ran a different judge in here, or ran several different judges, you might end up with several different champions, because there was that depth of quality and that many good pieces of livestock to work with. I'm pretty comfortable with my champions out here, and I think it's going to be a little bit closer when I go ahead and drop in a reserve. But my champion's an animal I think is just so complete, so correct. It just doesn't really have a major hole, but yet he's still unique enough in his look. He's still special enough in his width. He's still special enough in his athleticism to be your champion. If you guys could help me congratulate young lady with the Hampshire. She's my champion. Congratulations.
Your your grand champion for the Montgomery 2022 Montgomery County Fair goes to Lauren Sanders, Trails in 4-H.
Well, it certainly gets a lot closer out here as we drop in that reserve hamp. And I talked that one in class. I talked them in division. Certainly a very, very unique animal to have that big of legs and to flex and go like he does, have that kind of look and design from the side. And still, he's muscular in his backside. You know, as we get right in behind him, that's certainly where his hole is. And maybe there's another one out here that's maybe a little bit better in that area, but maybe not quite as special in terms of his bone work or his flexibility or his look up front. Go back and forth in my mind where I want to stand, where I want to do. All I can say is when you bring in one that unique and that special, I'd be pretty disappointed if he didn't get a part of it. And as a show judge, I don't want to be the one to leave him out. Young ladies, Hampshire is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
All right, your overall reserve champion goes to number 70, Stephanie Vinarski, champion 4-H. We will now need to place the 3 remaining champions.
Ellie, you're good. Keep going. Keep going, girl. You're good. Come on. Come on, Hallie, you're good. Come on, Hadley. What's her name? Hallie. Hallie? I don't know. Sound like Hadley, I guess.
All right. The hogs in the arena released at this time. The seal, in case y'all wonder the way it's placed, the judge said we're going to go Hamp, which was your overall champion. Cross will be the next breed, OPB, then Duroc. Those remaining three champions that were selected for the sale order, Cross was Exhibitor 107, Hadley Miller. The OPB was Exhibitor 19, Jacob Johnson. And the Duroc was 13, Liliana Martinez. All right, junior showman. You want to be in a junior showmanship competition. Bring your hog to the holding area. Costs you $5 at the gate. Winner takes all, cash and a jacket. Juniors will go first. Juniors 13 and under as of today. Move to the holding area. Your championship jackets today, the junior showmanship jacket sponsored by Lee Insurance Group, and the senior showman jacket will be sponsored by Karen and Greg Novak. All right, we're fixing to open the gate. Junior showmanship. Juniors 13 and under as of today. $5 at the gate. Winner take all.
him, Bub. Show him. Go, BJ. Go to him.
All right, exhibitors and parents, locker plant trailer is here on the grounds. You take your release to the gentleman. He is in a white Ford truck with a big trailer attached immediately behind this barn.
Good job, buddy.
If we could, let's put our hands together for all the remaining kids that are in the ring here today. I know it's not easy, and we got a lot of kids in the ring, and that's all right because a good showman know how to separate themselves, and they do it very easily. In my opinion, I don't feel the need to run a whole bunch of heats through and sort through a bunch of kids because, quite honestly, there's probably only about 4 or 5 over here that I really know can really compete at the highest level. And my advice to the majority of you in this ring is that not only take a step back and to set your hand on that pig's hip and not actually physically do it, but that's where I need you guys to position yourself. A lot of you guys get too far ahead, and then you want to spin your pig in a circle just a little bit more than I'd like to see. And if you guys would take a step back and put your hand on the pig's hip, you'll put yourself in a better position. I think as a whole as well, eye contact is one of the biggest things that a lot of you miss. And just pure aggressiveness. If you do all 3 of those things, you'll be a lot better showman. I think at times I catch a lot of you behind me and off to the sides of it. And if you want to be a champion showman, you got to be smack dab right in front of the judge at all times. And those are certain things you can work on. So once again, let's put our hands together for all the kids as they exit here today.
Senior showmanship. Senior showmen start moving back to the holding area. That's 14 and over as of today. Senior showmen move to the holding area.
Let's put our hands together for the remaining showmen out here in the ring. I thought this fell together pretty simple in my opinion. It comes together pretty easy, and to be quite honest with you, I watched all these kids show all day long, and so that was the first showmanship contest, and then we bring them back out, and then we do it again. And so maybe that's not fair to the kids, but I already have my mind made up before you hit the ring on how good a showman you are, and then you just got to come in and execute it. These two hit me very hard through class initially through the gate, and quite honestly with you, they have attributes that you just can't physically teach kids. There's just a level of smoothness that you have to possess that you just can't teach a kid. You can't pull a kid off the street and say, hey, go show a pig. These two have that. They have the unteachable, and that's what it takes to compete at a national level. And I think both these kids have that unique ability to be smooth and to go in and out of turns the way they do, the maintain that level of just calmness and level of comfort out here in the ring. I think it is awfully special. I'll be the first to tell you, both of them need to do just a little better job of just having a plan of attack of where we're driving our animal. I think they get kind of in a rhythm out here, and they just get kind of caught just driving around the ring. I want them to have a plan of attack of why we're driving our animal, where we're going, and I think if we do those things, you guys will continue to progress as you mature into the future. I think one of them out here is just very, very good. She's got great stick control. She's got great eye contact, never really just misses a beat, and doesn't make a big mistake anytime. I caught her crossing over in front of her pig one time, past that. Very, very good job, young lady in the greens, my champion. Congratulations to her.
I know, even though I want you have anything like this.
I'm going to be talking the rest of the class.
Young lady ends up here in second, and again, you came out and you dropped your brush. I had to laugh about that, but that's just a minor inconvenience. You do a great job just being smooth and driving that animal at a great pace. I think at times we can improve your eye contact just a little bit more, and then there at the end, why stepping behind you? You got to go in front of the pig. Don't cross over in front of the judge, or in front of the judge and the pig. Young lady comes out in 3. Eye contact is extremely good, almost too good. I'd encourage you to maybe look down at your animal a little bit more. You're too slow for this particular judge. I need to speed you up, and maybe that's your animal as well. But I like a quick showman. I like somebody that can get out and go. Your eye contact and your ability and plan to drive is next level. You know where you need to be, and I certainly appreciate that. Young lady in 4 is very, very smooth, almost too smooth. I'd like to encourage you to maybe just get a little bit closer to that pig on its hip. And drive that pig with a little bit more aggression. I think if you do those things and get into that animal a little bit better from a showmanship perspective, you'll be better off. I think you step off that pig just a little bit too much and you let him go where he wants to go rather than driving him and you making him where you want him to go. If you do those things, you'll improve and you'll be better off in the future. Young man comes out next in 5. Very, very aggressive. I like your style. Okay, when you came out of the gate, you never looked at me one time, and ultimately that's what got you beat before you were even in here. But you worked your way through because you're an aggressive showman and you hit the holes better than anybody else. I appreciate that about you. I think you need to be just a touch smoother in your approach. And what I mean by that is just to take a deep breath. And just understand that you got to look at the judge a little bit more and just calm yourself down and have a plan of why you're driving your animal where it needs to go. And if you do those things, you can compete with the ladies because you have a natural ability to drive an animal that's hard to teach. Young man comes out in 6, and again, very aggressive. He too needs to be just a little bit smoother, and I know that's hard to say and tell you to do because I was once in your shoes, and every judge ever just told me to be smoother. And quite honestly, I'm 6'2" and gangly. I can't naturally just be smooth, and you're kind of in the same boat as well because you're an aggressive showman, and there's nothing wrong with that. You get the job done though, and that's what I appreciate about you. I know your pig fought you just a little bit more than what it probably needs to happen from a showmanship perspective, but I like your ability to get out and drive. I think work on your where your hand and whip placement is. If you drop your hand just a little bit lower, you'll be a little bit smoother. Young lady comes out in 7, and she worked her way into the mix. I like her ability to be aggressive out here. I'd encourage you to take a step back on your animal. Okay, you want to step back and be on that pig's hip just a little bit better. You get too far forward on that animal, and ultimately that hurts your balance out here in the ring. Young man gave himself a pin, and you know what? There's nothing wrong with that, because I tell kids all the time, if you're not sure, go ahead and put yourself in a pin. As a whole, we got to be a little more aggressive. We got to have a little bit more eye contact. But I like the fact you put yourself in a pin out here. You want to compete, and there's nothing wrong with that one bit.
Your champion junior showman for the 2022 Montgomery County Fair goes to Exhibitor 99, Delaney Miller, Outback 4-H. Senior showman, you need to be in the holding area if you're going to come back for senior showmanship.
we went ahead and split this up in the two different heats here. And, it's one of those things where every one of these kids knows how to show a pig, and they all do a very good job of driving their animals with their heads up and being in the right spots. And to be quite honest with you, I'm just looking for my top five. Top five out of 30 something kids. It's pretty easy to pick out the five kids that are the very smoothest and do those things exceptionally well. And so it's one of those things like I was talking about in that last division where some of you are just born with it and some of you just aren't. And to be quite honest with you, I was never born with it. And so it's almost hypocritical of me to get on the microphone and pick out the kids that I say are, these are the smoothest, these are the best. And when every one of these kids is very good and very talented at just driving their animal as a whole, you just got to have the it factor. You got to be a little bit smoother. You got to have a little more eye contact. You got to be a little more aggressive as a whole within this group. But every one of these kids is driving their animal with its head up. They're all in the center of the ring, and so they're doing the basic things right. And that's something that's just the ideal situation here. And so I don't see any bad showmen, and that's certainly the goal here. If we could, let's put our hands together for all the remaining showmen in the ring. Well, again, to give the same advice over and over again, I think as a whole, a very good job at all the kids in the ring because, like I said earlier, they all know what they're doing. They all know how to drive an animal. It's just a matter of taking it to the next step of being back on the pig's hip just a little bit better, or not getting so whip happy, or even just speeding yourself up and being more aggressive in some people's case. And it's just a matter of personal preference out here on what you like. And it's amazing how the smoothest, best showmen tend to find you. They come right to you every time, and it makes my job that much easier. And I know, whether you're sitting around ringside, parents always tend to watch their kids, and so they always think that their kid is right in front of the judge because that's the only one they're really watching. And I know it's difficult. I know it's not easy. But I think as a whole, you guys did a very, very good job. So if we could, let's put our hands together for all the remaining showmen in the ring. Let's put our hands together for the senior showman here today. Usually, when I judge showmanship, it's because I got asked to judge the market show, and I got suckered into judging showmanship, and that's exactly the case here today. It's not that I dislike showmanship. Because I do like working with kids and trying to help kids become better showmen. Because I do work with kids back home on showmanship, and it's something we take a lot of pride in. And I work with kids that win at national levels, and I worked with a young lady that won about anywhere she went. And so we had fun doing that, and I certainly appreciate the skill of showmanship. But at the end of the day, it gets tough when you got three kids that all make similar mistakes or all do different things, and you got to try to come to the microphone and justify your placing because it's not easy. And to be quite honest with you, when I got down to these three, I just simply decided how would I want them to drive one of my best Barrows, and that's my justification for how I'm going to place these top three, right or wrong. I had to come up with a reason because I could drive these kids all day and hope they make so many mistakes and try to nitpick this mistake or nitpick that mistake. At the end of the day, it really just comes down to personal preference of which kid you would prefer to drive your best animal. And I think both these kids are extremely, extremely talented. They both make mistakes. A couple of them cross over in front of me. This young man came in and he went directly behind me as he came out, and so it becomes a great challenge where you want to land, what you want to do. Man, it's tough. My favorite showman is young lady right here. Young man right there is going to end up in second. Congratulations to both of you.
Your champion senior showman goes to Exhibitor 215, Shelby Loving, New Caney, FFA.
The young man that ended up in third, quite honestly, made the least amount of mistakes. And I know that can be hard to swallow when you get beat and you make the least amount of mistakes. But quite honestly, I just prefer your style the least. And that's what it comes down to. You're an upright showman. You get too far on your animal's head at times, and sometimes you're the least aggressive of those top two. And I think your whip control isn't quite as good as what my top two are. And that, quite honestly, was the reason you got beat. And it made it so tough for me because you made the least amount of mistakes. And that's what's so challenging about showmanship to me. I want you to stay back on your pig's hip. If you stay back on your pig's hip and just become a little bit more aggressive, you could probably want it from me because you do a very, very good job. Young man comes out in four and just a very solid showman. And his whip control is probably the least best, I guess is the way to say it, because he gets a little quick on the stick. And I wish he'd just relax his hand and just relax his body, stay back on that animal's hip just a little bit better. He got farthest away from me as the drive wore on. Young man comes out in five, and he's a very good showman when he really puts his mind to it. And I like the fact that you can put that pig wherever you want to go. I think just at times he fought you a little bit, and then you got a little far away from me and wanted to stop and start just a little bit more than I like. See, young man comes out next in six, and I think you get a little whip happy on that animal's head, and it doesn't help that your animal is straight shouldered. And then when you get that animal's head too high, you get too slow. And if you relax your hand and just slow down on your whip, let that animal drive out in front of you for you, you'd be better off. Again, a very good senior showmanship group. If we could, one last round of applause. Thank you all for having me out today. A very enjoyable experience.
I'll put your hogs back in the arena. We have a sales meeting here in 5 minutes. Back in the arena, sales meeting. You made the sale with your hog or you're an alternate. I need the exhibitor and a parent back in the arena. Gather in close. Come on up. Y'all just open that gate. Come on in here. Stand right here close. Before I get into the rules and what we're going to want you to do on Wednesday night, congratulations on making the sale. There's going to be the top 23 hogs will stay. Okay? Miss Pittman has an orange ribbon. We want you to tie it on your gate so that we can identify the pen that those hogs are in. Because they'll tear most of the pens down and they'll keep those hogs here. So I'm just going to call out the exhibitor's name. You can hand those out. She's going to hand out the instructions I'm going to read. Like each exhibitor to take one copy. Okay? Lauren Sanders, are you here? If I call your name out, y'all raise your hand. Lauren Sanders. Stephanie Vinarski. Stephanie. All right, there's Poncho. Hadley Miller. Jacob Johnson. Liliana Martinez. Logan Carr. Zachary Johnson. Zachary Johnson. Okay. Addison Washer. Tice Imhoff. Kelsey Ness. Leah Robles. Colton Back. Brooke Pickens. Jonathan Pippin. Shelby Loving. Sherry Rodriguez. Hunter Vallis. Braxton Loudon. Wade Wells. Anton Majak. Delaney Miller. Mallory Majors. And Liam Washer. Those are the 23 hogs that need to stay. How many made the sale for the first time? Congratulations to y'all. Very well done. All right. Next Wednesday night, it's going to be our sale night. All exhibitors should meet in. You have to check in here at the announcer stand by 6 o'clock with your division chairman. That'll be Matt Hicks right here. Draw a target on yourself, man. All sale animals will be moved to the Lone Star Convention Center and will be moved on designated auction trailers only. We have auction. We'll have 2 trailers here. We'll be shuttling those hogs back and forth. I will suggest though, because the question always comes up, bring your trailer with you Wednesday night. Don't count on somebody buying your pig and carrying it home with them. Just bring your trailer, counting on taking the pig back to the house until they want him. An announcement will be made in a livestock barn as to when animals should be brought to the designated auction trailer. Exhibitors will be transported by the Greeters Committee via the shuttle. All exhibitors will be transported to and enter the east entrance of the Lone Star Convention Center, where you will be directed to the staging area. Family and guests will enter the east end doors. That's the entrance facing the airport road. The auction doors will open at 6:20. Only registered paid buyers will be allowed in the auction bidding area. Live stream viewing of the auction will take place. To register as a buyer, complete the auction registration form at www.mcfa.org. Exhibitors should dress appropriately. Dress like y'all did today, like you showed today. Exhibitors with Grand and Reserve will receive a buyer's banner prior to the auction. All right, the Grand and your Reserve, y'all received a banner today, correct? Poncho?
Yeah, he's over there.
Y'all got a banner. Okay. Wednesday night, the Grand and Reserve will receive another banner before they go on that auction block. That banner goes to the buyer of that Grand and Reserve animal. That's an added thank you to that buyer for coming out and buying that animal. Grooming rules will be in effect. That means we don't want any bows, no glitter, anything else. Animals need to be presented Wednesday night as they were presented today to the judge. The animal that makes the sale must be the animal given to the buyer. What we mean there is, if you had 2 hogs at the house, the buyer is to receive the one that you showed here today. Don't swap animals. The exhibitor is responsible for the final delivery of their animal to the buyer. I may cover this later on in the rules, but I'm going to elaborate on that. Whenever you go across that stage, when you come off of the stage, they're going to hand you a receipt of delivery. That delivery receipt will have your name, the animal, and the buyer on it. You'll have your picture made with your buyer. You can ask at that time, what do you want me to do with the animal? Most of the buyers are going to tell you, take him home, contact me next week. But when that animal passes out of your possession to whoever it goes to, if he tells you to take it to a boy's home, if he tells you to take it to the locker plant, wherever, when it passes out of your possession, you have to have that receipt of delivery signed by who received that animal. Very important. That has to be turned back into the fair office.
It'll also tell them on that paper where it's going.
Yeah. It's most important to show appreciation and thank your buyer. We ask that you do not bring buyer gifts with the exhibitor to the auction, though. That, what they're talking about here is whenever you come off that stage, you get your picture made with that buyer, one of the biggest things you can give to him or her is to grab their hand and shake it firmly and thank them for coming out and supporting you and supporting the other exhibitors. Without them, none of this is possible. Next Wednesday night, pork chops are going to be on at a premium at that auction. They're high at the store right now, but they're going to be at a very big premium next Wednesday night. And that's not because they come out here to buy an animal at a discount. They came out here to support you because they believe in the youth and they believe in what y'all are doing here. If an exhibitor is not present to sell, the animal will be dropped from the sale. Has never happened before, but that sale has to run. When we started, it has to flow. We're not going to stop and wait to try to find a young person who did not show up. You'll be skipped and we'll go on. It's not fair. At the end of that auction, we're running out of buyers. That auction lasts about 4.5 hours. People get tired of sitting there. We run, the final items are straight hogs. After the 23rd, the remaining items are all hogs. So we want to be able to give those kids that have the 24th through the 42nd place hog the same opportunity as those kids 1st through 23rd.
Skip, when you get a minute. Jonathan Pippin, announcer stand.
Oh, I need Jonathan Pippin to the announcer stand. Add-on money forms will be available online or in the fair office. These forms must be turned in to the fair office by 5 p.m. the Friday following the last day of the fair, with payments attached, or they will not be considered paid. Checks will be released on Tuesday, May the 31st, and must be picked up by Monday, June the 13th. 10% will be deducted from the exhibitor's check for any and all monies received through the Fair Association. In addition, the cost of pictures will be deducted. What they're referring to, whatever your animal sells for, we're going to deduct 10% off that check. 5% goes into the scholarship fund. 5% goes back to the maintenance and running of the show. There'll also be the price of 2 pictures. 1 picture will come to you. 1 picture will go to your buyer. That will be deducted from your check. The following is required to be brought with the exhibitor and or their parent during the check pickup time frame. We will not release checks to any family member or friends of the exhibitor. Only an exhibitor or a parent are able to pick up those checks at the fair office. 3 things the fair is going to have before they release that check. We have to have a thank you note to the buyer written by the exhibitor. The original receipt of delivery signed by the buyer. That's the gold form you receive on auction night. And then a W-9 form completed or the Social Security